Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being here today. Happy Thursday. It's almost Friday. Tomorrow's right. Today's Friday Eve. Hello. Hi, DB. How are you? I did have a good Wednesday. I watched the game. Was productive. Played some games, hung out with some friends on Discord a little bit. So overall, really good. And then now we're gonna play PowerWash Simulator, so it's gonna be a pretty chill day, which is nice. Where cat? I don't know. There were 2 cats in here, and now there are 0 cats. We went from 2 to 0 somehow. Okay, so PowerWash Simulator has a Star Wars DLC, and I'm getting a lot of like notifications and things in the game. I'm getting confused. I feel like it's like the story stuff. They're just like spamming me with messages.
I'm Commander Shepard, and Munition is my favorite streamer on the Citadel.
Okay. Let's go. JMM, 12 years. We are 12 years older, my friend. It's good to see you, JMM. 144 months. I find that to be a very satisfying number. Yeah, see, there's like all these text messages they're giving me in the bottom. I don't know why. Star Wars, let's go. Available here. Hell yeah. Lars Homestead. I hear you're the best cleaning droid in the Outer Rim. I'll be the judge of that. We've had another sandstorm. Knew it was coming when all the fly horns took off. As you'll see, the homestead is encrusted in mud and sand. I need you to clear the lot. Damn, imagine someone coming to Tatooine with a power washer that has just like infinite water coming out of it. Hello. I feel like, where are you getting all that water from? How is this possible? What is this technology? Oh, damn. Oh, there's like all the little rooms in here too. Okay. Should be a sandblaster. Yeah. That would be a thing in here. Oh, cute. Okay. Wait, so what are the... What are the achievements that they added for this? EG6 Power Droid. What is that? Not you. Huh. Interesting. It says to... So one of the achievements, it says... Oh my gosh. It says to spray the Skyhopper while stood on this thing, but can't even see it from here. So I wonder how that works. Spray Luke's T-16 Skyhopper while standing on the EG6 power droid. Wait, does that mean, is he like fly over us? Luke? Hello? Come in, Luke. I don't know. The like blaster sound effect of the power washer. Huh. Yeah, I wonder... Okay, I have to remember... Every time I come back to playing this game, I have to remember which buttons control which things. Okay, so this is the adaptable nozzle. Soap nozzle, turbo, double turbo. What is the double turbo? Cute. You can make like... Are you sure you want me to get rid of all of the dirt, or could we make like a fun pattern? Let's spice this place up. And then the adaptable one. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're supposed to spray the skyhopper from here. But maybe if we clean this thing, it'll start moving. Wake up! There's work to do. Somewhere, probably. Wait. This thing. And let's do that. Ew! Okay, and then what is it to see that? Oh god, my eyes! Okay. Aha! Let's go! Forward, my minion! Onward. My noble steed! I have to kind of walk forward with it. Okay, so when it gets over here, then... we'll... just walks into view. I wonder if this one will start moving too. Yeah, there we go. The achievement that I was looking at. Okay, now we can get down to business. Now that we have a gonk droid to keep us company. Oh yeah, what about you? Will you wake up? A Treadwell. Gonk. No, that one doesn't move. That's okay. This is a really big map that they start you off with, which I'm fine with. I just feel like usually they start you with smaller ones and then they build up to like bigger ones. So I'm surprised by the size of this, but I'm always happy with lots to do. PowerWash Simulator. Who's paying for this? The people who live here? This is the before times. They hired me, so... And Luke still lives here, I think, is where we are in the story. They haven't met any untimely demises. Ding ding ding. I feel like they try to do a good job of having kind of like a variety of different things for, because there's like different people playing this game. I think there's kind of like, there's people who probably enjoy having like big flat spaces, and then there's people who enjoy more the like more intricate things. That's kind of my, I don't actually know, I'm just kind of guessing that that's how it is, because it always feels like to me with the DLCs that they have a variety of like small intricate detail stuff. Yeah, and then they have also some with like, so I don't know. I know that one of them is the Millennium Falcon. I'm not sure how big it'll be, like, scale-wise compared to us, right? Because you could make a Millennium Falcon that's, like, not, like, overly big. But it should be quite large, considering it's a cargo hauler and everything, you know?
Showstopper.
Don't happen to understand the binary language of moisture evaporators, do you? Sorry, no. Do I speak bocce? No, I speak bingo, though. B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. That? Anything? Take that as a no. Search continues, I guess. It's because in the lore... Oh, sorry, am I in your way? In the lore of PowerWash Simulator Star Wars, you are a droid if you notice your hands. I can't, like... I don't think I can third person. But yeah, you're like a droid. So I think Owen is trying to find more droids for his farm. Ever on the search. No R2-D2 yet. No C-3PO. Oh yeah, the bottom right shows my, like, character. I meant, like, to, you know, see, like, the 3D model that they built for your person. It just shows, like, the outline. Do you have to clean that moving robot? We already did. It wasn't moving before. We cleaned him and then he started walking around. So he's all done. Looks like you're painting instead of cleaning. Yeah, right? We're like spraying the whole thing with a primer coat before painting. This is the landlord special. You just fill up with white paint and just spray everything. Light switches, electrical outlets. Everything is fair game when you're a landlord. Door handles. Hinges. Hinges are great for paint, yeah. It's my favorite place to put paint is inside of mechanical hinges. What that needs is some really thick, like, vinyl paint or whatever the hell it is that makes it, like, shiny and peel in a layer. You know, that really awful paint. That's what my landlord's always used. Would come off in, like, sheets. Because it's just, like, industrial, you know, by 500 gallons at a time or whatever. Reflecting pool snark? Oh, no. I wasn't even thinking about that, but I was genuinely talking about poorly painted rentable places. I lived in some heavy landlord special places when I was in, like, college and stuff. It's like 4 layers of paint on a door hinge. Vinyl paint? Yeah. That's exactly what it was. It's like that, and they just cover everything. Okay, and here, what's the soap nozzle? Do this. Okay, that's the wall, that pipe. Okay, did we get, is this one done? No. Other side? Yeah. There you go. Okay. Storage room. These crates aren't... This is one of my least favorite things to clean is when they put dirt, like, behind, stuff, like boxes, and I feel like I can't get in there, you know? My character physically can't move that way. Okay, crate, all good. That's done. This crate is not done. Cute. I keep hitting the button to show the dirt, but I'm doing it out of muscle memory, and I was, like, not understanding what button it was, so I had to stop for a second. Like, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know how I'm doing it. Peeling vinyl paint out of a 5-gallon bucket. Oh, yeah. I have seen that stuff before, and I agree. That is excellent. Okay. Alright. Looking vaguely habitable in this side of your hole in the ground. Sand gets everywhere when you let it. Yeah, and clearly you have let it. It's kind of crazy. Were you guys on vacation for, like, you know, 6 or 7 years or something? Because this is a lot of dirt. I guess on a planet like this, it would build up really fast. Okay, I'm gonna use that. The tri-tip nozzle, I think, is good for stuff like this. And the fact that they don't even have anything over the top, you would think that if you lived on a planet like this with 2 suns, you would put, like, a tarp or something over this so that your entire house isn't just completely exposed to your 2 suns. Not the brightest crayon in the box. Owen Lars. They have, like, walking, talking droids. Not a single tarp to be found on Tatooine. Doing it so they don't have Anakin come back. They're it's like they're treating him like a like a vampire, like a ring of salt, you know? Like, quick, Darth Vader's coming. Just put sand everywhere. Just carry pocket sand. He hates it. Would be so funny. That's actually going to be the plot of the next Spaceballs movie, right? Pocket sand. Imagine how angry you would make Vader if you did that. But for like a final act, you know, it'd be pretty funny. If anyone who saw it survived, they would think it was pretty hilarious, and they probably would tell people about it. You wouldn't be there anymore, but it'd be a fun story. I think there are even less romantic ways to perish in the Star Wars universe, so. Damn, this thing reaches really far with the tri-tip nozzle and the 3 extension thing. Cleaning the other side of the planet. Cleaning everything. No, I'll just do the whole thing from up here. Clean the Sarlacc pit level? I don't think so. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm pretty sure there's not any Sarlacc pits. Luke Skywalker's talking. Everybody shut up. Uncle Owen didn't tell me we had a new droid on the farm. That's me. Can we go on some cool adventures, or are you gonna leave me behind and take fucking C-3PO instead? A POW2 worker droid. That's me. Yep. Power washer. Great. Even the droids have seen more of this galaxy than me. Not for long. Not for long. You're going on an adventure. I know, this is like every Monday they have to do this, right? Once a week, at least. You wash your sheets every 2 weeks. They gotta do this just constantly. Oh, cool. We can stand up here. Oh, yeah. They are lucky how many planets have, like, 1 gravity, though. And an oxygen-rich atmosphere. Without any other chemicals in the air. We talk about how there's so many planets that have, like, sand, you know? But I'm more surprised by how many planets have the same exact gravity everywhere they go. Just like companion cubes. Portal 3 when? Valve, what are you doing? Stop, Gaben, you know what? I'm starting to get tired of his bullshit. You know how everybody's always like, Gaben, hail Gaben, whatever. Your time is being cut short if you don't start giving us more games, okay? All you do is buy yachts and make small computers, okay? Make Portal 3. Give the people what they actually want. He's out learning scuba diving. Oh, great. Stupid billionaires. Getting Elder Scrolls 6 before Half-Life 3. God, I don't know. With all the Microsoft news, I don't know if we're gonna see Elder Scrolls ever again. Working his way up to the finding World War II naval wrecks phase of being a billionaire. How soon until he also wants to go touch the Titanic wreck with his atoms or whatever remains after a submarine implodes. He's already real into like boats and stuff, right? And you said he's out learning scuba diving. I don't think we're getting Elder Scrolls 6. I really don't know. I thought that at first, you know, when they were like showing a teaser, I thought it was going to be the same kind of like, here's the teaser. Okay, next year, here's the trailer. Okay, next, you know, it's releasing in 6 months. I don't know. I did not expect that it was going to be, hi, here's a teaser, and then nothing ever again for... How many years has it been now? Like 8 years or something? It's so bizarre that they, like, why did you do that? You wouldn't want to stay here after this, would you? Me? Stay here? No, I want to see the stars. I got more jobs, probably, also. More things to clean. It's been 8 years. Yeah. Since they showed us a, like, CGI mountainside, then put the logo Elder Scrolls on it. They released that teaser years too soon. Oh, I don't know. I don't really listen to what Todd says. I don't know. What did he say? 2018. Yeah. Says a lot of stuff. Says a lot of stuff sometimes. Yeah. I miss when video games were about making an interesting product and not about attempting to initiate a cultural phenomenon. I feel like that's part of the problem is like video games it just can't be a video game anymore. It has to be Fortnite. It has to be Valorant. It has to be... It has to occupy every moment of our attention and our time. It's all the live service games. It's like they can't just be. They have to addict you. They can't just be a game. It has to get you to keep playing it forever. And not play anything else. Has to be the biggest thing ever, or it's... Yeah, it's either it has altered the course of humanity in a notable way, or it's a failure, and we're gonna lay all of you off. You still beat all the sales targets? We don't care. Everyone loved it. It got 10 out of 10 ratings everywhere. Don't care. Everyone's super excited about you making another one of these. Don't care. Was there a segment about it on Fox News? Or have there been 4 billion YouTube videos made about it? No? Great. You're all fired. Get out. That's why we never got Bad Company 3. We'll never get Portal 3. Oh, the Gonk Droid went to sleep, I think. I don't think I could exist in a Star Wars universe as a auditorially sensitive person. My god, you guys. Look, this isn't sand, okay? Baru or whatever her name was. No. This isn't sand. You guys did this. This isn't a sandstorm. You guys are slobs. My gosh. I wish I could do this to my kitchen, though. I wish I could just... Everything stays in its place and gets perfectly clean. All I do is just open up a hose and just spray the shit out of the entire thing. How amazing would that be? That'd be great. I don't mind, you know, like, I like cooking and I actually don't really mind cleaning either. It's just that it takes up so much time and energy that it would be sick if it could take up less time and energy. Kitchen blue milk dispenser. These guys got a soda machine in their freaking house. They have a fountain. They've got fountain soda dispensers. What is happening? They got blue milk on tap. Kitchen floor, large container. So I watched the game yesterday, the World Cup game, and then I was talking to Lori and I was like, wait, but I thought there was still a game left on Saturday before the final. But we already know who's going to be in the final. She was like, yeah, but they play for 3rd place. I was like, they have to play for 3rd place? That's so sad. I would rather just go home. I would rather just, like, that sucks. I mean, I get, you know, it's still like 3rd place is better than 4th place, but like, damn. Like, I just send me home. Let's just be tied for 4th or 3rd, I guess. Right. I know, it'd be so bummed. It's like you wanted to play in the final and you got eliminated and yeah. Poor guys. Oh well. Should've won. So we're rooting for Spain. You know, I didn't really care, and then I saw the video of the guy who didn't play running around the pitch in the like waving his hands in the faces of the English players after they scored. So then I changed my mind. I didn't really care at first, and then I saw that and I was like, oh, I hate you. Okay. Got it. That's enough for me. Nobody likes a sore winner. That really grosses me out. Like, you're wearing... I'm sorry, I don't know how they feel, like, cool or, like, they... like, well, you're wearing a bib. It's clearly marking you as, like, the person who is not playing. What are you doing here? He's just running around everybody, like, fist pumping in everybody's faces. You look like a child. Go away. You don't see, you know, Messi doing that. You don't see the people who are... I mean, I guess, like, sometimes you do. But I really don't like that when it's, like... If it was one of the players on the team, I might even feel, like, less... You know, it's still not great, but... Okay, at least you're playing and you're excited because you're playing. But, like, you ran across the field from... And also, is that not, like... Are they allowed to do that? Even the guys who aren't playing, because like in the NFL they would get in trouble if there's people leaving the sidelines, but they don't seem to really care in soccer. But like in the NFL you'd probably get a penalty or something if you had two like people running around that aren't supposed to be on the field when the game is still technically going. But I don't know how soccer works, so... Because it always seems like there's a bunch of people that run on the field when they score, and then they take like 10 minutes to just stand around while the clock is running, so there's a lot about it that I don't really get. Why can't I... Is this like behind this thing? And I can see through it, but I can't clean the thing behind it? Yeah. Great. See, this kind of stuff I don't like in PowerWash Sim. Let's see, it doesn't happen very often, but occasionally you get those like weird little spots where it's like, I just can't get behind it. There we go. You just have to figure out what to hit it with. All the rules are made up. Cool. Just stop the clock. Yeah. It's very weird when... I mean, I talked about this before, and I kind of get it when it's like... You don't want to stop the clock every time one of the players falls on the ground, because they do it so much. And then if the clock would stop, it would encourage them to do it. But I still think that when a goal has been scored, you can stop the clock then. That's a very easy time for you to stop the clock. And that's, like, not confrontational or nothing. Like, yeah, they somewhat added at the end. But, like, For when people are rolling around, fine. When there's injuries, okay. But when the goal has been scored and they don't stop the clock and all the people from the sidelines run on the field and there's like 3 minutes of them just like celebrating their goal, I don't understand why they don't just stop the clock for that. That one makes no sense. I don't think there's any way you can explain it that it'll make sense to me. Because like they've scored a goal, you're gonna, the play has stopped anyways. What are, you know, why would the clock keep running in any sport for that? Why wouldn't you just pause it and then resume once the play resumes? Seems very weird and like a waste of time. Hydration break is the most bizarre for you. Yeah, well, that's like not a normal part of... That's not a normal part of the rules. We're talking about the actual, like, rules of the game. The hydration break was more of like a... like an organization rule as opposed to a sport rule. Not stopping the clock for that? Oh, do they not stop the clock for the hydration breaks? I thought they were... Because they go to like a commercial break and everything. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot about it that doesn't really make sense to me. But, I mean, I also... That seems like they could for the, hydration break. Like, if you know you're gonna stop the play, no one is on the field playing, why is the clock running? They just add 2 minutes at the end for it. Yeah. I don't know. Soon it will be over. Add the time back in the end. Women's World Cup in Brazil. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't even know. I don't know anything about that. But I also don't know much about any soccer at all, so. This is my first kind of time paying attention to even the World Cup. I kind of like was aware of it, you know, but not really. Not really following. Okay, wait, so this is dirty, but the ceiling is painted blue. Got it. Halftime show scheduled for the final actually breaks the rules because it'll make the break too long. They have a halftime show scheduled for the final. Do they normally have halftime shows? For the World Cup, though? Like, is the World Cup normally, like, a halftime show kind of thing? Because I would assume not during regular games, but... So why are they doing it? Is it just because the World Cup is, like, in America? And so here's my question, because I understand that the World Cup is being held here. I mean, not just in America, either, like, in, well, North America. But not solely in the United States. This is a weird World Cup. But it's FIFA who's deciding these things, right? And FIFA are they considered like what, an international organization, or are they considered an American organization? I don't really know. I know they're corrupt and like that, whatever, but like I just don't know who is where, basically, and like the structure of everything. They're based in Switzerland. Okay. I don't know why that's so funny to me. It was like, they're corrupt. They're international. They're based in Switzerland. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know why that was like, yeah, okay. Fucking Switzerland. Everything's on the up and up in Switzerland. fix it for Argentina. Streamers will be able to voice a thing and... Wait, what? Streamers will be able to... I don't want to do that. What? Can I turn that off? I hate that. I hate everything that you just said. I don't want... That's been a thing for a while? What? I don't want Twitch to be listening to the words that I'm speaking as I'm speaking them. What is... And then, like, processing them on the back end to decide what to do. Twitch, delete yourself! No? Okay. I tried. Sorry, guys. Maybe next time. Twitch, delete System 32! Drop all tables. One of these will work. Well, we'll be free of you someday. Ding, 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 ding. It's for ASL streams. Okay. That's cool. I just don't want it to, like... I really hate the idea of it. I understand that, you know, there's a lot of microphones and things, and I'm being recorded, and I'm streaming and all that stuff, but it just feels so weird to like, directly acknowledge... It, like, having one of those, like, echo... you know, things, the Amazon whatever that listens to you, and then you're like, hey, I'm gonna ask it a question. I don't know, I feel like a little too observed. Maybe that ship has passed. Ship has sailed. I feel like... Wait, is it because of that? Oh, he wasn't sleeping. I mean, he was, but it was because the ladder was there. You couldn't just walk around? Oh my god. Imagine having a droid and it's like, I can't walk around this... Just walk around! What's wrong with you? Oh my god. No wonder Han hated droids so much. I guess mostly he just hated C-3PO. Which, honestly, I get is very annoying. There's so many times in the books, like extended books, where C-3PO starts talking and someone just cuts him off and talks over him. He's always with his, like, as you know, I am fluent and over. Anyways, so what we need to do... Shut the hell up, C-3PO. Nobody cares. One of his legs is a different color. He's all sorts of different colors. And pieces put together. Damn, this place is looking pretty nice, you guys. I mean, I think we still have, like, maybe... Yeah, that little room in there. And then... But most of it is done. We're at 90%. Oh my god, the ladder's in your way again. These two can't exist in the same space as a ladder. It's crippling him! Watch, he's gonna get stopped by this now, too. No, he went around. Oh my gosh, you did it. Good job, little buddy. Okay, this thing. There. Door. Okay. Oh, I bet it's... Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet it's underneath that I haven't cleaned yet from the bottom edges here. That's always what the dirt hides underneath. And then this thing over here, this box is still giving me trouble. I guess underneath again. Okay. Okay. And this is refresher. Throw a bath bomb. A literal, actual bath bomb, though. Maybe we should just dig you guys a new house instead of trying to fix this one. Let's get some excavators in here. Just start over completely. Excavators? Is that anything? I don't know. I don't. Is that anything? I love that as an add-on to a suggestion. Is that anything? Can we use this? $99. I think. Let's see. Ah. Okay. Sink. This thing. They did a lot better job with this part of the game in PowerWash Sim 2, where they direct you toward what you're missing with these things. And I feel like actually since they released the game, they've also improved it. So that's nice. I remember when we were talking about, you know, they were gonna make a PowerWash Simulator 2, and I was kind of like, okay, I mean, you could just keep making stuff for the first game. I don't know why you need to make a second game, but I actually genuinely do think that they made improvements in this, so. Beep, beep, beep. I just heard a Wilhelm scream?
I'm
Excuse
Commander
me?
Shepard, and Munition is my favorite streamer on the Citadel.
A wretched hive of scum and villainy. With jazz music. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Down 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 down. Down 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 down. Love the Cantina song. Love it. What a good song. Ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da da ba da. Did I just hear a droid beep at me? Is it just like random noise? Or is there a droid in here? I didn't see one. Beep beep doop. Maybe it's just like ambient sounds. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like this is what it normally looks like in my mind. So, not sure what I'm doing here. This place is clean already. Is there an achievement for this one too? It doesn't look like it. I mean, other than each level has a just complete it and you get an achievement. But some of them have specific ones, and for this one, it looks like it says block the MSE repair droid, but I don't think that's actually, I don't think that's on this one. Because I don't see it. That's why I was kind of looking around. I was like, is there a droid? Because I don't see one. I just keep hearing noises, and I feel like the noises don't have a source, and that's like really weirding my brain out. It's like I keep trying to figure out where the source of the sound is, but it doesn't exist. Okay, this looks like a job for this guy. Damn, those are shiny. When they're actually clean. Wow, this place looks great. Never mind, I take it back. Cleans up real nice when you get a power washer in here. Who knew? Damn, this whole ceiling is very bright. Ding, ding. Bye, Thoid. Have a good day. Creaky noises. You know how I feel about droids. What are you afraid of? Let's just make an exception this one time, okay? Yeah. Make an exception for me. Corellian's already paid and we don't want any more Imperials sniffing around. Say so, boss, but this isn't the end of it. Jesus Christ. These things keep making random noises that are startling me. Okay. This bar is kind of awkward to clean, but it's okay. Okay. What is that supposed to be? Wall gear. Oh, of course. The gear for the wall. Makes sense. Phantom, thank you for the 71 months. I just saw that you said that. Is it just me? Or is global warming hitting Hoth, too? That would be... That'd be like some universal warming. If we had global warming that was hitting other planets. That sounds really scary. Like, hey guys, do you think the sun is getting bigger? This is very satisfying to clean over here. Damn. That looks pretty good. Makes everybody, excuse me, it's called basic? There's no England, so there's no English. But there is basic. That is pretty convenient, huh? Nice for everybody in the universe to agree on one language that most of them would speak. Although it is true that like in the like the outer rim, the places that are further from the core worlds, they have more like trade languages and they don't necessarily always speak basic. It's lucky to have chosen a language that so many, or I guess maybe it's not luck, but it could be by design. To choose a language that so many different species can recreate reliably with their different physical characteristics, you know? The fact that they can make the sounds reliably at the same way that we all, like, humans can. Scouting for droids for stolen plans. Not me. I don't got no plans other than cleaning this cantina. Oh, I guess that's why we started with the Lars homestead, so now we're at Mos Eisley, and after this, maybe it'll be the Falcon. It's like we're kind of going through the story a little bit. We'll see. Hi, Aki. How are you? pretty well. Just a very chill power wash day. Yesterday, for me, was nice and productive, getting things organized and tidied up. And I've been looking forward to PowerWash Sim DLC, so especially because this is Star Wars themed, obviously. Your mom was here for 2 weeks. You dropped her off at the airport yesterday. Oh, nice. That's cute. That's exactly what we did. My mom was here for 2 weeks. She stayed at my house, and yeah. I mean, she's gonna be back soon, actually, because she wanted to, like, rent her own little place temporarily while my sister and her wife are dealing with a new child. So she's gonna be here, but not at our house this time. Last time she stayed here with us. This time she's gonna have her own place because she wanted to be a bit closer to my sister so that she can just pop over there when needed. And we're not too far either, so we can also hop over if anything is needed or if we need to deliver food or anything. Yeah, it'll be wild. It's very... We don't have any kids, like grandkids, in my family right now. Or, I mean, this is gonna be the first one, so... It's new for all of us. Ciros, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. I really appreciate your generosity. I know that the people who received them do too. Green Tato with the 114 months. Laughing Libra with 71 months. It's good to see both of you. Green Tater. Hello, hello. I know, I'm not really sure what is gonna be, like, I'm basically just telling my sister, like, whatever you need, you tell me, and... So I don't really know what I think they don't really know either. What it's gonna be like, obviously, so... But I feel like that's better than anything, is just, like, for them to know that they have people nearby that they can easily call if they need me to go, like, take their dogs for a day or whatever. And then, yeah, my mom will be there, and she's gonna be, like, even, like I said, she's really close to them, so... She has experience. She raised 3 of us. We all turned out mostly okay. My brother and my sister, I mean, are good. My house is literally Auntie Anne's. Oh no. No, 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 no. I gotta learn how to make pretzels now. Sucks. Over there. No, I didn't know. I didn't know where she was. Hey. They can't really see her on the camera. I don't think you can even see that if I put it here. But you can. I didn't know she was there. There's a record player there, and there's a little, like, cat bed that I put on top of it, and they almost never use it, but sometimes. It's interesting how cats will just be like, no, I hate that thing, I'm not interested in it, never gonna use it, and then one day they're just like, you know, today's the day. I love this spot. This is my spot now. Stormtroopers outside. It's okay, just stand still. They won't hit you. These look like Lego chairs. Oh, she got down. She was like, well, now I don't like being observed, and now people are looking at me. I'm gone. She got up. She's probably just gonna beg for food now. It's like, when your cats or any pets, I guess, are begging and you accidentally make eye contact, or like they decided to stop begging, you know? You finally got them to give up and they went and laid somewhere and then you accidentally make eye contact. Yeah, and then they're like, oh, hi. Can I interest you in you giving me things? Now that I have your attention? I feel like that's what probably happened more, is like I didn't realize she was there. She was like, okay, I'm being ignored, whatever. And then Lori comes in, we both look at her, and now she's like, should I be ready? I'm ready. If I should be ready, I am. Just so you know. Lori and I always joke about that, how people always say that cats are like more independent than dogs or whatever, and everywhere I go in the house, I have 2 cats following me. If Lori is like parked somewhere like at her desk, you know, if I'm walking around the house going from point A to point B to point C, the cats are going from point A to point B to point C with me. They will follow me. And like, just everywhere I go, you turn around, look in the hallway, a cat just walks by. And they always act like it's by accident too. It's like their body language is always like, I was just walking over here. I don't know. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're here. I just was also interested in this room at the same time as you. Yeah. It's like, I followed you here, but it's just an accident that we're here at the same time. So silly little creatures. Just making eye contact with the cupboard where the treats are. Just in case. Can't go anywhere in your house without a cat at your feet? Yeah, me either. I am constantly like almost dying because Timo likes to run in front of me and then stop. It's like those people at the airport who are just like wandering around looking at their phones and then they just stop in the middle of a walkway. It's like having cats. Does that all the time. And Nova does it too, actually. She'll just walk in front of me and stop. And then she hisses at me if I accidentally like bump her or something. She gets mad. I'm like, well, you stopped. You stopped right in front of me. What am I supposed to do? Like, how dare you touch me? This is a situation which you have engineered. You're just like fake outrage. Be mad at yourself. She's rage baiting herself. Is what she's doing. Yeah, she's trying to commit insurance fraud. She's like, hey, you just rear-ended me. Give me treats as payment. Maybe that's it. Yeah, she's like, you gotta pay for that. My love and adoration doesn't come for free, okay? You better give me something. You touch my tail, that's a treat. You scratch my head, that's 2 treats. Scratch my chin, it's 4 treats. Okay, and don't forget about inflation or interest either. Okay, I didn't scratch your face the other day, remember that? That's 5 treats. Feels like living with a mob boss. Protection money. Yeah, you ever want to get the shakedown in your own house on a daily basis? Get a cat. Even better, get 2 cats. Mimi, Mimi. Did they give us a... Oh, okay. Alright. Damn, this place cleans up. This almost looks like a respectable establishment. Without anybody in it. And clean, you know? My sister is allergic to cats, but she really loves them. She probably would have cats if she could. She's also allergic to dogs, but it's easier for her to tolerate, especially if they have short fur. But even like with their dog, Zara, that they adopted, my sister was having some kind of allergic reaction to like Zara's saliva. Or like, you know how, she's kind of like a boxer mix or something, and so she's got like kind of a square snout with like whiskers that are kind of pokey. And so I feel like those, like when she would rub her face on my sister's like arm or whatever, it would kind of like, I don't know if it was like scratchy or if it was something. I don't know. So she was just, when they first got her, they were a little bit worried about it because she would have a bit of a reaction to it, like on her skin. But then I think that it was like kind of she got used to it or something like that. Cat food with chicken stuff that reduces allergic reaction. Cat food with chicken stuff. For my sister is allergic to cats, so she should eat cat food. Wait. Or is it like the cat eats the cat food and becomes less, they produce less allergy? Okay, well, our cats, well, Nova specifically can't eat just any food, but also, like, whatever. I mean, my sister doesn't live here, so. And if she wanted to get a cat, I mean, I don't know, she would have by now, I think. She probably just doesn't want to deal with the allergy situation at all. She could get one of those cats that doesn't have any fur, but those things freak me out, so. Lori doesn't like when I say that, but they are weird, and I won't change my mind about it. I don't like it. I don't want a dog that doesn't have fur. I don't want a cat that doesn't have fur. Okay, if Nova were to get, or Timo, if they got sick and they lost their fur, that's a different story. That's fine. Do I want to go out of my way to get a cat that doesn't have, like, fur? Especially also because I think that they have, like, kind of extra health problems because they don't have fur, right? I think we've talked about this before. And that's another... I think that's a pretty important consideration when you're getting a pet, is, like, you know... is this animal's breeding good for its longevity? Because sometimes there's, you know, animals which are bred for aesthetics rather than their physical health. And sometimes there's just animals which have health concerns you just need to be aware of because it's like they're at a higher risk for it, but it's not necessarily like a bad thing, you know? But like with big dogs, you know, you have to worry more about like their hips and arthritis and stuff, because you know. It's not the fur, it's the saliva that gets on the fur body. For the allergies, well, I think also it can be like dander and cat hair and stuff. Uh-oh. I feel like that guy's about to turn us in. A lot of people, it's definitely the fur and the dander. Yeah, I think it can be like any combination of those things or one or the other, depending on the person. Probably a lot of it is seen in tandem or like in combination, wouldn't surprise me. Like if you're allergic to a cat's fur, you're probably also gonna be allergic to the rest of it, but that's a big paragraph. I like reading, but not that much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think my sister cares enough to be like, I'm gonna get a cat and feed it very specific food in the hopes that it won't aggravate my allergies too much, you know? Like, it's cool, I guess, if you're working in, I don't know, something where you would need that, but... I just don't think she cares enough to go out of her way for all of that. It's just that she thinks they're cute. And who wouldn't? Time for some Dopaclean. The 3, thanks for the 94 months. Hello, hello. Yes. And the dinging of the dopamine bell. Dopamine bell goes ding ding ding. Oh, hey, look. Wait. Trying to pull it off the hook. Haha. It's a 3D printed flasher. So it's not like functional or anything, it's just a like model, you know. Just trying to figure out, I need to get like see if I can get a stand for it. like kind of a weird shape. Very dusty. Blech. But yeah, I was trying to see if I could get like a stand for it or something. Pointed at Timo and go pew pew. No, never. Oh. No. No, I never do that. I don't even like the idea of pointing a fake gun at a cat. It makes me uncomfy. It's also kind of, as you can see, it was like a little bit awkward to get to because it's like on a display thing next to me. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying is how are we getting all the water to power wash this? Imagine living in like the Mad Max universe and some dude comes in with a power washer and just starts spraying water on everything. Sorry, it's non-potable. Oh, cute. We cleaned it. Now it's like actually projecting. It's cute. Okay, I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. So before I finish this one, I'm gonna leave you guys here. And oh, that's the wrong button. Sorry about that. Okay, now it's confused. OBS got confused when I did that. OBS is not working anymore. Hello. Close the door. What is wrong with you, dude? It's doing this thing again where it like changes scenes but doesn't change scenes. Okay, there you go. Okay, it got confused, but we're good now. I'll be right back. Surprised she didn't steal my chair. Alright, finished. That place looks good. Alright. Moss Isley. Looks pretty good. Uh-oh. ISB officer, you have been commandeered under suspicion of espionage. We think you might be one of the droids we're looking for. Even if you're not, we'll find a use for you. Droid, following our overwhelming victory, the Blizzard 3 AT-AT is at the rendezvous point. Fully operational and standing down. Extraction protocols have been initiated. Begin decontamination. So for this one, it says, don't use soap, which I haven't been anyways, so. now we're on Hoth. Yeah, these things are tall. The crashed A-wing over there. Sick. Damn. Alright, let's go up the stairs. 1, 2. Oh, wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. God damn. Okay, do you think I can make this jump? Yes. Let's get down to business to clean up this AT-AT. Actually, I was gonna say this ship, and then I realized I don't know what this thing is supposed to be. Like, what would you classify this as? It's not a vehicle. Is it a vehicle? I don't know, it walks. A tank with legs? Yeah. All-terrain vehicle? Technically, yes. Yeah. Rebel shield generator destroyed. Armed transport. Ah, yeah, there you go. Okay. We're getting it now. I was like, there's something. What do you call it? Armored transport, probably. It's like those little tread half-track things. It's crazy to me. Oh man, it is wild how the human brain works, that I'm like clearly playing a video game, power washing a fictional thing, and looking down at the ground makes my brain think I'm like, I could fall. Brains are so weird. More artillery than transport? Sure, yeah. Artillery vehicle? I don't know. I'm looking down and my brain is like, don't fall. Oh yeah, I like really stay away from any kind of VR anything. I get motion sick way too easy for that. When VR started to be kind of new in the games space, and well, new in the streaming space, there were always a lot of people asking me all the time if I was gonna do that kind of stuff, and I just like I like the idea of it, but my like balance and whatever, yeah, I can't do it. I just get too messed up physically. And you know, when you get like really motion sick, it messes you up for like the entire afternoon. It doesn't go away. Once you get to a certain point of like motion sickness, it just latches on and it won't go away. Even if you stop whatever it was that you were doing that made you feel like that, I don't know what that's about. It just like latches onto you and does not let go for a long time. Oh, now we're falling. But it's okay. Alright, there's this thing. Is it this thing? No, this is the... Well, you guys have that, like, this. Yeah. Whoa! Here we go. I feel like I have to sneeze constantly right now. I do have to sneeze. I'm allergic to the Empire. Bless up. Oh, this like underside is gonna be weird. A lot of it's caused by dissonance. You're not registering that you're moving because you're not. Makes your brain think that you've been poisoned, so it tries to get you to throw up. Whoa. So like how when you get a brain freeze, it's actually your brain trying to keep you warm because it thinks that you're freezing because you're like eating ice. So it's like not, it's like a brain overheat is what happens. Somebody can fact check me on that. But it's like because the roof of your mouth is being frozen, your brain sends heat real quick to like try to counter it. So when you get a brain freeze, you should like press your tongue to the roof of your mouth to like help the temperature regulate better. That's usually what I do. Tongue to the top of the mouth works for sneezing too. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll try that next time. Have you ever been that close to Lord Vader before? Never. Okay, cut it out, you two. Cut the chatter. Wonder how far the force reaches with like like that guy said, have you ever been this close to Lord Vader before? So like how far away do you have to be before Vader can't reach you to force choke you, right? Like where's the distance that you could like piss him off, but you're too far away? He can't grab you. What is his effective range? Of course, he'll probably close the distance really fast, but... Line of sight is... I mean, I feel like that's too much, though. Doesn't he choke people out through a TV? Through the video call? Oh. So what is... I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Is it... Like, just don't answer the phone when Vader calls you! Just don't pick up. You'll live forever. It's way too much info. Yeah, it's probably one of those. One of those. I think because there's not like, there's no consistency, so that leads to people having way too many different examples that counter each other. I'm playing a game where you watch something. It is fun and satisfying to go through the processes, and I enjoy it. And I like Star Wars. Does that answer your question? I know you were asking chat instead of asking me, but I figured I could just answer since I know the answer. Since I am the person in question. It's fun. I don't know, do you ever play any simulator games? Not really? Okay. There's a lot of different simulator games. This one's called PowerWash Simulator, and as you can see, we're power washing an AT-AT. Yeah, it's just nice sometimes to have something that's like calm, and we played that Memento game on Tuesday, which I really liked. It was kind of like unpacking, which is like a cute little cozy unpacking. You're just like unpacking boxes and organizing and stuff. And there's not a lot going on in those games, but I still really enjoy them because they're just chill and it's like a satisfying process to go through, you know? To see progress being made. I finished all the rest of the levels in that Memento game. And they had some pretty sick, like, final rooms. The one that I got was, like, the animal one. But that's one of 6, by the way. So, there's one that's, like, an actual spaceship thing. Where, like, your character, Sam, basically becomes, like, an astronaut. As a reference, I think, to, like, Tyler was the brother who passes. And then he had that piece of art or music that he wrote, I suppose, or he kept making references to like the stars and like look up when you miss me or whatever. And so I think that's like one of the stories is like she becomes an astronaut. But there's a couple different things, a couple different rooms at the end, and they're all pretty cool. I like that game. Ever played? No, I haven't played any Half-Life games. Story, music. I mean, I feel like a lot of video games have stories and music. I don't actually know what are the Half-Life games like. What kind of gameplay is it? Like, what genre is it? You know, I've never played it. I've never watched anyone play it. I just feel like by now they're probably too dated to be enjoyable for someone who didn't play them when they were like new. A level-based FPS. Okay. Yeah, I wonder, I don't know how well they've aged, because, I mean, how old is Half-Life 2 at this point? With some physics puzzles. Cool. Does sound cool. One second. I just feel like I'm having like allergies today or something. Sniffly, and my eyes are kind of I don't know, like scratchy. It's Star Wars DLC. It just came out today. So it's an AT-AT. It's cool, no? Yeah, it's like I said, I just feel like it's probably too old at this point for me. If I had, you know, it's hard to go back and play games like that, especially ones that people have such a strong affinity for because there's like it's like a cult classic kind of thing. Feels out of place. It's just like frozen, like mid-step kind of. I mean, I feel like most PowerWash maps are like this though, where they just kind of plop something in the middle of nowhere and it's not really about what's around, but the thing that's in front of you. I would rather they spend more time like on the detail and everything of the object that you're cleaning rather than the stuff around. It would be cool though. I mean, if they had put it in like a stand and you had to clean all that too. Something like that. So it's probably just for the hop reference. Yeah. Probably. Just gotta get the ice planet in there somewhere. They could have put us in the, like, rebel, base. You know, like the garage. Air... What do they call it? Air... lock? No. Air... hangar. Haha. The hangar. And then we could clean the hangar and, like, I don't know, a Y-wing and a X-wing or something. Yeah, snowspeeder. They've got like crash ones out there. I mean, they could have done that too, yeah. I feel like I have a piece of, like, a dust particle that has just parked itself, like, right here in my throat. Maybe that's better. Hanging chair thing. Understandably worried about ropes around AT-ATs. Well, they do have that thing. I was using it. I just am not right now. It's a little bit awkward going up and down on it. Like, the movement is a little weird. And we gotta clean all this stuff down here anyways, so. Just kind of bouncing around from one spot to the next. I like that they added that that tool, the abseiler. And it's great for specific areas, but just for this one I don't want to be on it constantly. It's good for it's good for that, but Nova has parked her butt on my mouse pad, so I just kind of booped her a little bit. She didn't seem to mind this time. We got away with it. Why do we head south? All the large transporters were north. If you ask me, who was after that Corellian freighter? No one asked you. Medical base secured, sir. No one. I don't like when people hyphenate no one. Is it supposed to be hyphenated? I see that sometimes, and it always makes me unhappy. Hyphenate today, and it made me yeah, what the hell? What the hell is that? So I don't think no one needs to be hyphenated. Just putting hyphens wherever we feel like it. Without a space? No, no one. Because it's no single person. So, no space one. It's the only thing that makes sense. Why would you put the two words together, even? Maybe they're thinking it's like nobody, but that's different. No, combining words is fine. It's the combining words that are not combined. Like you don't need to combine them, or they don't like that. That today, that's not even those aren't even two separate words. I mean, it's like technically they are, but oh god, it's messing my brain up because it's like to and day are words, are two separate words, but then joining them with a hyphen is just it's madness. It's just madness. Insanity. It's an archaic way of writing it. Has anyone told you, Professor, that you have a very archaic way of writing? Has anyone told you lately it seems like you were educated in caveman times? Okay, let's see. Have been a vampire prof. It's like in Twilight, how they are immortal, but then they go to high school. Oh, sorry, no, again. They pretend to be teenagers so they don't have to pay taxes. Oh, I mean, the dad is like a doctor or something, though. I don't know how you get away with that. Being a vampire at the same time. Well, they wouldn't pay taxes if they were teenagers who don't have jobs. Like, in high school and playing baseball. Stuff like that. I know, I start to get... Actually, when I play PowerWash Simulator, I have, like, wrist pain sometimes. That, yeah, all this, like, little back and forth. Yeah, I have to be kind of careful. Not do, too much like that. Live forever, don't age, don't die, and you choose to be in high school. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be like they are trying to, like, blend in. But, I don't know. I feel like if I were immortal and a vampire, I would just... Like, you would never see me. You know, I wouldn't be in a public setting with, like, a high school and stuff. I hear Europe has like a lot of abandoned castles and stuff, right? That's like, that's prime vampire real estate right there. I would not be in high school. I would be in the woods somewhere. I wouldn't be taking classes. And if people start to get too curious, then I'll just eat them, or whatever vampires do. Can you imagine how annoying it would be to be like 300 years old and you have to hang out with high schoolers every day? Horrible. Torture. I would rather be dead. I don't think I would want to be a vampire if I had to be like... Yeah, like 1,000 years old. And your dad still makes you pretend to be a high schooler. And in those movies, they don't even have like TikTok and stuff, right? Imagine in reality being 1,000 years old, having to just every 5 or 6 years, whatever they do, you know, move and go to high school. Why not college? Well, because that's where all the fresh, weird jailbait meat is, right, Stephanie Meyer? They can't be in college. Then how is Bella supposed to be a high schooler who gets pregnant by a I don't know, shiny vampire man? Two world wars, seen several empires fall and rise. I couldn't handle it. You know, like, I could tolerate it for a little bit, but man, if it was just... And especially because they're, like, constantly changing schools. So not only are you guys pretending to be high schoolers, which sucks, also you have to move all the time? No. Find some abandoned place. Like, are you guys just changing houses every 4 years? How does this... I don't know how that works. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It's the worst vampire plan any vampires have had. Is there any debate in the fandom about the age gap? I don't know. I really don't know. But that's what I'm saying, is that, like, I mean, what's-her-face gets pregnant, right? That guy's... I mean, how old is the vampire guy supposed to be? The... Edward? Sorry about that. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you. You are occupying my space. Talking about Twilight. Yeah. I just don't remember how old he's supposed to be. I never read the books. 104. Okay, so she's like 16. He's 104. Spends all his time hanging out with high school girls. He's a winner. Smaller age gap than Lord of the Rings. What, Arwen and... Yeah, how old was Aragorn, though? Or... Aragorn? You know what I mean. The guy. The man from the books. He's like 80 or something. Yeah, and she's like an elf. It doesn't count. She's like magic, you know?
Everything sounds weird that I'm saying. Boromir? That's right. Faramir. Aragorn. Aragon? Why does it sound dumb every way I say it? It's like none of them sound right. Just sounds stupid. I don't know why. Aragon is a place. Aragorn is a character. Why does it sound wrong, though? Why does Aragorn not sound like his name? It sounds so weird. I'm having one of those moments. It just sounds like it's not his name. Sounds like I made up that word. Yeah, but it's just that, like you're saying, if they're both adults and one of them is, I mean, you know, adults in their species lifetime, I guess, consider, like, whatever is considered an adult, versus, like, a child, an actual human child. Arwen was 2,700 years old. Yeah, see, she's never gonna find anybody her own age. Cut the lady some slack, okay? There's not a lot of good-looking 2,700-year-old men out there. Sometimes she has to look a little younger. Okay? Just a little bit. In her defense, she didn't look a day over 1,000. I mean, yeah, she looked pretty good for 2,700 years old. Any other Noldor elf? Okay, but how many of them are also kings? Because Arwen knows what she wants and what she's worth, okay? And a crown is definitely part of it. Can I put this thing, like, under this? No. Kind of. Ah! Jesus Christ. Where did that thing go? Just vanished. There's nowhere else in this house she could be laying right now. She has to be on my mouse pad. Isn't she like a princess to the elves or something? Yeah, I know. Just joking. Wants to be with me. Yeah, I think she just doesn't want Timo to bother her, and then she's waiting to see if I'll give her anything. I feel like most of the time she tries to, like, get in my way so that I'll give her food to get out of my way. But also, most of the time she's probably trying to be away from Timo. He does spend a lot of his time trying to get wherever she is, so... Okay, this... Oh yeah, we were just talking about some of the weird, like, kind of plot inconsistencies, I guess. Or just how much it would suck to be, immortal and have to go to high school. That's the worst part. Hi, Dash. It's kind of difficult cleaning in here. Whoa. Oh. I know there's a setting. For this to stay on longer. Where do you think they'd reside? Surely they can't be hiding forever. I mean, yeah, you'd really have to figure out how to live, like, off the grid, I suppose, right? Or, you know, social security fraud. Maybe you could just get really good at that. You got all the time in the world to figure it out. Doesn't kill you. I mean, it still probably hurts. I don't think that they're... I think that they're immortal, but not, like... it doesn't mean that they can't, I mean, they can't... They're immortal in that they're long-lived, and not in that they can't get killed by something. Right? So jumping in front of a bus is probably not a great idea. I don't know if they have, like, magical instant regeneration, like Wolverine or what. Only die from a stake in their heart? I don't know, what if you mush them? I feel like nothing survives getting mushed. Can't they die of starvation or talking to a teenager? Wow, they're just like me. Like the opposite of trying to keep a low profile. Yeah, right? So I was thinking, like, even if you had super healing, imagine going to the hospital and then explaining how being hit by a bus didn't result in any, like, broken bones or anything, and then it happens, like, every few years, and they're like, hey, weren't you just hit by a bus, like, 3 years ago? And the doctors were like, wow, all your bones just put themselves back together. Wait right here while I'm just gonna make some calls. You guys ever want to meet some national security agents? I don't. But you could. They would be very interested. They would love to know more. New orders received. Get back to Lord Vader's shuttle. He's demanding all ships pursue the escaped Corellian freighter. Is it gonna be, Is it gonna be the Falcon next? Maybe. You ever replay levels in this? Very infrequently. Most of the time, like, I mean, I think recently I've just found other cozy games that I will play sometimes. Like I said, this one, I really like PowerWash Simulator, but the repetitive movement does kind of give me wrist pain. And I have kind of not like sensitive wrists, but I think because I do what I do every day, you know, it's like I don't want to aggravate my like wrists and elbows and stuff any more than necessary. So yeah, I like these games, but it's just kind of an inherent part of it that you end up doing a lot of very repetitive motions. Especially if you play for long periods of time. But it's nice to just have something to kind of fill time between releases of other games and stuff. Just have something chill to do for a couple of days. And sometimes, I mean, we really do discover some fun little games. Like that Memento one was just a random, I was like, okay, this kind of looks like unpacking. And I really liked it. I haven't played Viscera Cleanup Detail. I don't really care to, is the thing. It's like, I really like PowerWash Simulator. I think I talked about this, Tuesday. There's House Flipper 2, which has a lot of construction in it, too. It's not just furniture and painting. It's like windows and roofs and all sorts of stuff that you're, I mean, you can actually just build a house from the ground up in that game. You can do, there's terraforming, you can build like water features and all sorts of stuff. So their sandbox mode is pretty in depth. And they're adding new types of items and stuff. Like they added some cherry tree style sakura blossom something or other recently. That was like their recent update. So I feel like I get kind of everything I want from this style of game from like PowerWash Simulator and House Flipper.
And so there's viscera cleanup detail, and then there's another one that was like crime scene body cleanup that somebody suggested. And I don't know, I'm like, I like power washing AT-ATs and like SpongeBob's house or whatever, and not cleaning up goopy remains necessarily, you know? And then like I think House Flipper does a really good job of being like a cleanup slash construction-y kind of game. The sandbox in that is pretty great, like I said, so. But I mean, I just haven't tried Viscera. I was kind of grossed out by it initially, and so now I just don't really have any desire to try it. And Memento has a cute sandbox mode too, that you can like customize everything and build your own little details. It's just the same thing. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think Viscera is kind of older at this point now too, though, because I remember watching people play that a long time ago, and so now I think it's probably gonna feel kind of dated in the like simulator genre. Oh yeah, the No Ghost at the Grand was one of the... that was actually one of the games that I had put on my list. Like, as soon as we saw the trailer for it, I was like, that looks weird and interesting. So, so I am curious about that one. I just don't know when it's coming out. But I was on my list. There's a couple of games that I need to check on to see if they got, like, an updated release date or anything. Because I'll just, like, write them down and then... sometimes they get made, and sometimes they don't. But I've been working on a way to do my, like, games database not on a Google spreadsheet and integrating it with my website, which I've been, like, redesigning and stuff. It's just, like, a really big, time-consuming project that is one of many things that I'm working on. And so it's, like... I wish I just had 12 hours a day I could sit and just work on one thing. Like, just work on my website or just work on... But it's not how it goes. But I am excited to be able to have a better system for that stuff. It's just that I've had to, like, learn how to do that stuff. With, like, databases and all. So that just made me think of the fact that I would have that kind of like list of games that I was looking forward to, and I have random notes here and there on my computer and on my notepad that are games that I'm interested in, and I just need to every so often gotta go through and like refresh, because I have games on there that I put on there a long time ago, and then I think they just have been kind of abandoned. Don't think there's an actual release date yet. Okay. I played the demo for that Bomb Banana game, which is like... it's like a bomb defusal game. There's 3 of you playing. One of you can't speak, but has the manual. One of you can't hear. And then one of you... can't see, but has to defuse the bomb, and so you're like trying to communicate using hand signals and stuff. Yeah, we played it for just like we just played the demo, which was actually I don't know how many levels there are. It's cute, it's fun, and it's like it's just like a silly social game, you know. I don't know if it has like an actual release date or anything yet, but yeah, it's pretty funny though because of just the hijinks of like some people can't hear, some people can't speak. It's kind of like that keep talking and nobody explodes, only it's 3 players, and with the added caveat of the various kind of handicaps, I guess.
Because keep talking and nobody explodes is just one of you has the manual, one of you has the bomb, and then you have to talk it out together. But it's a much more complex, like, bomb that you're defusing in that game, as opposed to the thing with the monkeys, where it was like, there's 4 wires, you just have to figure out which wire to cut, basically. At least, I mean, only for the first levels. I know it gets more complicated as it goes on. But I think necessarily you have to simplify it a bit for the gameplay to work. Let's play a game. Let me open my PDF. Is that judgment? Are you judging? Any tabletop RPGs want to chime in? How are they supposed to exist without PDFs, huh? What are they supposed to do? Write everything down on paper? They do that too! Guys, there's no soccer game today. No World Cup game. What do we do? What is that? Is it on the outside? Leg support. Oh, it's this, like, triangle thing here. It's almost over. Only 2 games, and then they just, like, what? They just go home for 4 years? Imagine they just go home, they sit around, do nothing for 4 years. So lazy. Unbelievable. Messi just sits on his sofa, twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the next World Cup. It just stops. We just turn off the sport for 4 years. Damn, imagine how crazy people would be. Who just turn it off. Oh god. He goes back into cryo sleep. Argentina just has him like in a special building all by himself, and they just defrost him every 4 years for the World Cup. That's how he plays so well at his age, you know? He's not actually it's like having a leap year birthday, only it's like instead of aging he's just frozen, so the years keep going, but he's actually what is it? I don't know how old he is now. He's like 38 or something. 39? Yeah, see? But he's only 18 in human years that haven't been frozen. I saw a thing on Instagram this morning that was like, Yamal has beaten Kylian Mbappe, or like eliminated him from a tournament like 5 times in their last however many times they've met. It's like, damn. That sucks. How annoying is that? It's like his nemesis now. Imagine also being Kylian Mbappe and your nemesis is like an 18-year-old. Are you joking? Okay, I don't understand where the dirt is on this thing. Oh, it's on the inside. Okay. Let's get to it. Okay. Command viewport, front armor, and sensor. always interesting. Well, not interesting, but I guess, just realized the front of this whole thing is, like, completely dirty. I was thinking about that with, like, I'm kind of new to F1, but I've started following it a little bit, and I was thinking about how, like, George Russell, right? He's second to Lewis Hamilton. Lewis goes somewhere else, and they're like, okay, we're gonna get Kimi Antonelli, and he's like a child, right? And then he just starts winning everything. I would be so mad. Are they like, are you joking? What the hell is this? Like, I had to deal with being backup to Lewis Hamilton, and then you guys hire a child, and he's faster than me. Like, what? It's interesting to me, the, like, dynamic in F1 of, like, the fact that they're teammates but also rivals, you know? They're, like, working against each other. Return to your charging station for immediate extraction and redeployment to the Super Star Destroyer Executor. I don't want to go to the Executor. That's where Vader lives. On Lord Vader's orders, we have withdrawn from the asteroid field but suffered a heavy collision. Highly toxic and corrosive materials from the auxiliary atmospheric control systems have breached the area. Maintenance crew has completed the necessary repairs, however, must be thoroughly sanitized before Lord Vader returns from communications with the Emperor. Okay. Half of this place froze. The other half burned. And then the middle had something else happen. Oh, that's the droid we're probably supposed to get in the way of. Wait, hang on. Maybe not. Why is it? Hang on, what's the achievement? Oh, did I get it? Yeah, I did. Okay, I just didn't see it click. It's crazy. It has like a little alarm. Okay. Alright, Bro! Captain Nita, an update on your pursuit of the Millennium Falcon. Captain, need a update. We have yet to regain contact and continue to sustain considerable damage. Damage from what? If you don't have contact with them, how are you getting damage? The asteroids, I guess? I thought we were supposed to leave. Intensify shields and continue your search. Update me as soon as anything changes. You guys don't need these electronics to work, right? Because I am spraying them down. Dude, I love the TIE Fighter sound effect. Has to be one of the coolest, like, sci-fi sound effect designs. Sorry, Nova. Sorry. I was just, like, rubbing the mouse on her back. Sorry. My bad. She's like, why are you doing this? I'm just trying to play my game and you decided to be here. Apologize.
Reign of terror.
Kumquat almost to 100. 8 years, though. Thank you so much for the 8-year resub. Yeah, she's got a groom now because I touched her. Boy. Oh boy. How is the heat on the other side of the country now? Because there was that big heat wave y'all were dealing with, right? Is it still really bad? It was pretty hot here yesterday, and today I think it started to cool off a little bit more, but it was still pretty, like... It was, I think, triple digits yesterday. I always feel like cats talk like Smeagol Gollum when they look disdain with you. Didn't Andy Serkis said that when he was auditioning for the role of Smeagol / Gollum, that he was inspired by his cat throwing up? So, like, he gave an interview that was, like, talking about how the, like, convulsions that his cat made before throwing up is, like, part of what he used for Smeagol. That's why he makes that, like, horrible coughing noise when he says like Gollum or whatever. He like makes that choking sound. It's like from his cat throwing up. It's funny in the interview because he was like, my cat came in and he started doing that, like, you know, that like kind of thing that cats do when you can tell they're like body, they're about to throw up. He was like, oh, I quite like that. That's interesting. Like, what a weird brain you have to be like, oh, thanks for your help, cat. My reaction is always immediate panic. Okay, I'm gonna boot this little thing to the moon. If you keep with your little alarm. We are gonna make just new advances in space travel. You and me. It does make it leaves like a little trail on the ground. I wonder if maybe once I clean it, then it won't be there anymore. I'm gonna erase you from existence. Oh yeah, see, they're not here. No sign of you will remain. It's a little disconcerting that my PowerWash tool makes a blaster noise when we activate it, but I'm choosing to believe it's just a fun little sound effect that we added on so that my clients would think it was cute. Hire this lawnmower machine from me. Don't worry about the gunshot sounds it randomly makes. That's part of its charm. Yeah, don't mess with me. True. I'm gonna look tough in front of all the other droids. Imperial chair. Not just any chair. A fascist chair. Now what, Captain? We believe the Millennium Falcon is retreated to the interior of a large asteroid. And also Shai Hulud lives there. Secure all possible escape routes. Bolstered by Hugo Boss. Yeah, I feel like I kind of stopped paying attention to what was considered official lore versus not. It was very jarring for me to read books wherein Luke Skywalker has a son named Ben, and then to see the movies where Han and Leia suddenly have a son named Ben. Which is a little weird considering, you know, Ben comes from Obi-Wan, which was Luke's mentor and not Han or Leia's. Not really sure why they named their kid Ben. So that was weird. I was very confused. I was like, wait, Ben? Like Ben Skywalker? Not Ben Solo? What the fuck? What? Like, why didn't you guys just pick a different name? That's crazy. Our son, Qui-Gon Solo. So yeah, I just don't really care what they say is official lore anymore, because what they say makes no sense, so.
I just choose to believe whatever I want to believe. The Leia Obi-Wan relationship in the new series was partly to fix that? To fix it? Do you think that was to fix it, or do you think they just didn't give a shit at all? Because I kind of feel like they just didn't give a shit at all. And we're like, I don't know, people like these characters, let's just put them in a show. I don't know how we know that it was like actually their intent to retcon, like fix that, when it was clearly their decision to do that in the first place. You know, like they didn't do that by accident. Unless they did do it by accident. And then all the fans were like, wait, but they don't know him. Oh, God. Always a good idea to have people make media about IPs that they know very little about. I feel like that always works out super well. Vader got some of that, special lettuce, huh? Do I like, the close quarters? Mostly I just found it annoying trying to clean the underside of the AT-AT. So that's... I don't like maps that have that kind of thing, and whether it's, like, vehicle or what. I don't like when I have to, like, clean underneath, like, inside of a machine that has, like, little parts that are difficult to get to. So if I had to pick between this map and the AT-AT, I do think I would prefer this one in, like, pretty much all cases. Just because I like, what we're doing more. The little, like, cubby holes, yeah, they piss me off. Especially when it's, like, little tiny ones like that, and I have to try to get high up underneath something. It's, like, a whole combination of things that are dissatisfying. Or media that they... Yeah. I don't understand why you would do that. Or even if you didn't care about it, why would you say that out loud? Why would you ever let anyone know that? I just don't. Even if it was, like, not a video game thing. If it was, like, a football movie or a racing movie or something, and you're just like, I actually don't care about this. It sucks. Okay, well then don't make it. Go away, do something else. Why are you here if you don't care about it? Make room for someone who does care about it. Why are you getting paid to make something about something you don't care about when there's other people who could do a better job and they actually care? Oh, your dad owns the production company? I don't mean for this specifically, I just... nepotism. Hollywood. Come Quatinum, thanks for, again, the 8 years. I think I read all these, actually. Laughingly for 71. Yes, Screen Tato. Let me click these. Click, 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 click.
Name recognition. You mean like their name getting recognized, or they want to get more recognition because of being associated with something like a Halo or a Witcher kind of IP? Because like yeah, I understand that. I mean, I understand their motivation. Make them surface. Increase your bombing runs to flush them out. Okay, so many things just happened. First, I tried to put my tongue on the roof of my mouth to prevent myself from sneezing. It did not work. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I really have to sneeze. So I went like this to sneeze. I sneezed right in Nova's face. She's just sitting here. I just looked over and sneezed right on her. And I looked down and she was like... Give her treats now. She was like, what the fuck? Why did you do that? I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I didn't know she was there. I gave her like 5. I had no idea she was there. It's just, I thought I was sneezing into an empty space. Turns out I was sneezing into an empty face. Poor Nova. She hates when you sneeze too. She always like runs away. I can't believe she just stood there. Normally, like if she's on your lap and if she can sense that you are about to sneeze, she'll run away. I actually just sneezed in her face. And she just sat there. I was like, oh, I feel like I have to sneeze. Here's my chance to try that thing and put my tongue on the roof of my mouth to see if it works. Nope. Not for me. But I bet it's like for, like when you have hiccups, I feel like the solution that works for some people is not always the solution that works for other people. I imagine it's just down to having different physiologies and stuff. But I am not a doctor. So sniffly today. It's because I went outside for a couple minutes yesterday. Shouldn't have done it. I got fresh air in my lungs. It's messing me up. It was also so hot yesterday. It felt like I was stepping into an oven. It's like when you open the door to your house, you know? Or like when you open the oven door and you feel that like wave of just hot air come at you. No thanks. We haven't actually reached like the hottest part of the year for us either. How is it for you guys? So like Carrie, for example, your hottest months are still not until like what, August? I feel like ours are like August, September. And sometimes even like October can be kind of hot. Like the beginning and mid of it, it's still pretty hot. But when I lived like in other places, it felt more like the summer, like the peak of summer was like July and August. And now living in California, it's more like, it feels more like September is where it's going to get the hottest. Yeah, today it's, like I said, it's supposed to be cooler today than it was yesterday. but still 90 something. Around August too. Okay. Sometimes don't even have cold weather. For like, you mean for winter? Or... Yeah. Yeah, I mean here it's like, it gets cold at night, because we have kind of more of a, like, desert type climate, which I think that's what people don't really realize sometimes about California is that there's like this mountain range that just goes like through kind of a vertical slice of the state, and all that ocean air that comes from the west gets like kind of hung up on those mountains, which creates all sorts of weather phenomena, and it's a big part of why our climate is the way that it is, obviously. And that means that everything on the west side of that, it still gets pretty hot, but it does, I think, stay much cooler because of that, like, proximity to the ocean and not having... It all gets, like, it's like all the ocean wind, and we get that marine layer of fog in the morning where it's, like, super, super foggy outside, and then as it gets hot and the sun gets higher in the sky, it kind of burns off all that fog, but... Yeah, so we just have, I think the ocean climate, is, like, it still gets pretty hot, but then at night at least it'll cool off. And I think that's one of the things that in, like, Texas, it, like, at night it doesn't cool off, it just stays hot. And here, that happens occasionally, but it's not as, like, common, I guess. It's pretty rare that it gets that hot here, or at least it's, like, for me, it'll be in the height of summer is when it does that. Or like October, I think. Sometimes we'll get like really bad heat waves. Oh. But yeah, that's what one of my mom's chief complaints about the weather there is how it like gets super hot during the day and then it just will not cool off at night. And I think it surprises people when they visit here sometimes that, like, how cold it can actually get at night. As soon as the sun goes down, like, the temperature drops drastically. I'm not sure what causes that, but... But it can get pretty... Even if it's, like, 100 degrees outside during the day, it can get pretty cold at night. Well, cold by, you know, our standards. And at least it doesn't hold the heat in. I remember one time I was gonna walk Rhea and I was like, it's really hot today, I'm gonna wait for it to cool off before I take her on like a longer walk outside. And I waited until like 11 o'clock and I went outside and it was still like walking into a furnace. It sucked. Not a big fan of the heat. Oh, cool. I like how they don't point in the direction they're traveling. They are just like... They're... like sliding. You know? They're like doing a... drift. Dang, I wish we could travel in space like this, you know? Just like hop on a bus that goes to space and not be worried about like dying, you know. Like if we could have commercial space flights, the actual technology for it that was tried and true and tested, and not like, hey, maybe you won't blow up. We don't know. Just every summer I'm like holding my breath and hoping that the fire season isn't gonna be too bad. It's like the hotter it gets for us, the drier it'll be. And then the fires will be much worse. So. What about teleportation? If it killed you on one end and cloned you exactly on the other, would you do it or not? Because it's technically, I would not do that. If it was killing me and like remaking me, no. Ship of Theseus, I am not. Permission to withdraw. Star Destroyer remain there until contact with Millennium Falcon is reestablished. Yes, sir. Bro, if you ... before a message you send to an admiral... I don't know, man. I feel like I want to live more than you do, based on the way you're talking. Especially he's like a captain. You're not even special, bro. Vader will be paying that person over his... They're gonna have a Zoom call. He doesn't need to go to them. We established this earlier. Vader can force choke you over Google Hangouts now. Advances in technology. It's pretty neat. Wi-Fi joke. Keep falling in this crew pit. You guys gotta get OSHA in this universe because this thing is deep too. Like if this was a real spaceship bridge and it had this like 6-foot drop with no rails on it, insane. You guys can travel through hyperspace. But no safety rails. Not enough touchscreens. But putting the peasants in a pit so that you can walk on the bridge above them. That is pretty tech billionaire coded, I think. Put all the little workers in these weird little pits that are hard to get out of. I guess they have doors over here. They can't even access the bridge with the same door as you. They get a secondary servant entrance. You get a special big door. They have this weird dumb little one down here. You know, in all the, now that I'm thinking about it, in all the Star Wars movies, whenever they have to, like, get to the bridge, they always try and go through the big thing, and then there's always, like, the blast doors that close, right? Why don't they just come through this one? There's no blast door. It's just this. Figure out how to get to these little doors, and you know, then you don't have to cut through the... whatever it is. Durasteel... Durasteel closing security door thing. To direct the new movies. Okay, first movie. We open on a shot of Tatooine. Where else? Where else in the universe? There's only one planet. I always thought it was silly that they had a planet named Tatooine and then another one called Dantooine. But then I was like, we have like 6 cities in the US named Paris probably, so. Springfield. Yeah, it's like your dentist's name is Crentist kind of vibes, but we do that, so. It's like Tatooine, and then the Wario version of Tatooine, which is Dantooine. Hi, Kobinja. How you doing? Many towns named Newtown. Yeah. I think we have definitely at least 1 or 2 of those. Fire spray attack craft. Prepare for docking. Who's docking? YV666 light freighter. Prepare for docking. G1A transport. Prepare for docking. Okay, everybody's preparing for docking. Who authorized those landing clearances, Lieutenant? Lord Vader. But Vader said... But Vader said they could land. It's crazy to think about. I just had like a deja vu moment of the first time I played PowerWash Simulator, and it's like a garden. It's like somebody's backyard with like a grill and paver stones that you're supposed to clean, and now I'm like cleaning... We're power washing the executor. It's insane to think about how far, like how much has happened in the Power Wash Simulator universe, I guess. All the different IPs that they've collaborated with. It's pretty bonkers. Have assistance? I mean, he had like a whole stormtrooper legion that was his, right? So probably they could act as assistants for him. Not like they're gonna say no. Vader tells you to go get him a cup of coffee. Okay. Do you want cream and sugar? My lord, my liege, please don't force choke me. I'll get you any kind of coffee you want. How many stormtroopers does it take to fully clean the executor? Stormtroopers? What do you think the droids are for? 0 stormtroopers to clean the Star Destroyer. How many droids? Probably a lot. I don't know, how much bigger is a super Star Destroyer than just like a Star Destroyer? Oh, I fell. I keep falling in the worker pit. It was something like 1.6 versus 7 plus. God damn. Okay. So for comparison, what is like the largest space flight capable ship that we have built? Like how big are space shuttles? I don't have a scale in mind. Because I've never actually seen them, like, in person or something, you know? I want to go to, like, a museum where they have stuff like that, like space shuttles you could see in person. One mile, Executor, 11.8. Something like that. 19. Okay. So we're all getting kind of some varying numbers, but still a lot longer. Biggest space rockets are around 0.12 kilometers versus 19 kilometers. That's insane. It's not well, they're not the same because somebody said 19 kilometers and someone else said 7 kilometers, so that's not. I wasn't comparing miles to kilometers, I was comparing that's pretty different. 7 kilometers and 19 is a pretty big difference. That's not insignificant. But in any case, I mean, it is a fictional thing. I'm just like, I was just trying to imagine the scale of these ships is very difficult. I remember when I was in elementary school, my teacher was trying to help us visualize 100 feet. And so we went out in like the parking lot and drew with chalk. And yeah, so I just like, you know, I obviously it's really big, but to understand the scale of it, the fuel requirements for something like this, and not only like they have droids, but also rely a lot on humans in Star Wars. And well, not just humans, but like beings, I guess. I guess in the Empire it will only be humans because they're racist. But need a lot of people to crew a ship this big, and if they have a bunch of them, which they do, it's a lot of people. Doesn't help if Vader keeps force choking them all. Imagine being designed to be the most annoying little piece of shit in the world. Couldn't be me. I actually have a function, unlike you. The mouse droids, I think they're supposed to like send messages and stuff. but I really don't know. I feel like it's very weird to me how functional droids can be in this universe, and they like don't really use them for stuff like I think they would, you know? Like you think about the bridge of a Star Destroyer and how many of these spaces are occupied by humans when they have like battle droids with pretty advanced capabilities. I feel like they could use, and like who else is gonna have more unimpeachable loyalty than a bunch of robots you can control? I feel like the Empire is just like, the suffering is what makes it special. Bridge bulkhead. Oh, so it's this whole thing is one piece. Okay. I see. Eight kilometers long. Okay. Somewhere around there. Still, I guess, I mean, the fact that it's even more than 1 kilometer is pretty bonkers when compared with the capabilities of like what we have today. And obviously it's a space fantasy, so it's not like it's hard sci-fi or anything, but don't think the scale was right in the movies. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of stuff in Star Wars that is just kind of fudged here and there to make it work in whatever scenario it needs to work in, you know? That's why I don't really want... I just can't get behind when people are like latching on to very specific points of how things work in Star Wars. I can't ascribe to that same mentality because it's very clearly extremely fictional, and I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of plot holes and things that don't really make sense. Doesn't detract from cool space flights and laser swords. That's the coolest part. What? Oh. Communications console. Oh, right here, yeah. Defense station alcove. This? Oh. We're done! Hooray! We don't need that scum. What's the name of that achievement? Okay, what's next? Star Destroyer done? Checkity check. Those two. Falcon next? Full functionality has been restored. Return to your charging station, but don't get too comfortable. Due to damage sustained in the asteroid field, the Empire is looking to make savings. You will disembark and be sold at the next opportunity. Wedge! Cool! P0, just the droid I've been looking for. My X-Wing's seen a lot of action recently. It's way overdue for some maintenance. Its handling is really suffering. Could barely get it in the hangar. Even shake off a Minoc. Can you clean out the outside while A3 and I run some tests? Cool. X-Wing time. We don't have an X-Wing specific job to do. Cool. Oh. I just wanted to look around. They said no. Aliens look weird. I love the technology of the giant window that stuff can go out of, but that it doesn't let the air out, you know? They do that in Halo too, these like big kind of things. I love that. I don't know why. But that's a perfect example of like, this makes no sense. But it's great, and I love it. I just love that there's a big window that if I just fell out there, I'd get sucked out into space and freeze instantly, but just don't walk too close to that, and you're good. Like the idea that you could just hang out like right here. Wild. Very cool. Wedge, did you crash this into a swamp in Dagobah, perchance? That's kind of what it seems like. Hi, Quigs. How are you doing today? We're working on some PowerWash Sim, as you can see. Yeah, they just released this today. It's the Star Wars PowerWash Sim DLC. We've gone through like 4 levels already, I think. Functionality restored on torps. Make them ready, A3. P0, pay particular attention to this S-foil servo actuator and thrust engines. Okay, I'm just gonna spray the entire thing with water. How about that, Wedge? I don't know what any of that is. Is that dirt? No, it's just, that's like painted on. I thought that was dirt. Wing assembly feels great now. A3 run some test optics. So like this is like the AT-AT is a big large vehicle that had a lot of nooks and crannies that were annoying to clean. But when it's like this, I don't mind so much because I can actually feel like I can get to it, you know, as opposed to the AT-AT, which is like 50 feet up in the sky. And yeah, they give you all this stuff to like climb on, but it's never as smooth as when you're just able to walk around on the ground and like crouch and stuff. Just makes it easier. Whole Darth Maul fell, or the whole Darth Sidious fell down, or the whole Obi-Wan fell down. Okay, well, Sidious fell in, that was in the Death Star, right? Obi-Wan also a Death Star? Wait, no, that was a Star Destroyer. And then Darth Maul also, that was a Star Destroyer. So technically, I mean, we did the Star Destroyer bridge, just not the random empty pit they fell in. And to be fair, also to Sidious, I don't think he fell so much as was tossed. It kind of feels like he got tossed. Or the Luke one that Luke fell in Cloud City. Yeah. That one too. I think he got forcibly thrown into the thing more than... Oh, sorry, I gotta clean up here. There you go. Yeah, I'm not going in where Boba went. Although he got out, so he seemed... It's fine, I guess. He just survived somehow. Somehow Boba Fett returned. That was my first... When, I hated Boba Fett. The fact that he came back and everyone was like, yay, Boba Fett. And I was like, what? This dude fell in a Sarlacc pit. You don't get to come out of there. And then he got his own TV show, and it sucked. And I felt vindicated, because I didn't like that character anyways. I didn't like how much people idolized him for his, like, 4 minutes of existence in the original trilogy. He's never... Well, I was like, okay, he's a cool helmet. He flies into a Sarlacc pit and dies, like, instantly. He's terrible. He's, like, not even good... He's, like, not even good at it. There wasn't, like, them showing him being, like, good at his job. It was him, like, just kind of being a loser. I never understood the idolization for this character other than, like, he's got a cool helmet, I guess. But I was like, he doesn't really do anything. I wish that they had, like, it would be cool if they had been able to, like, more exemplify what he was supposed to be like. But they definitely, in the original trilogy, which was my first exposure to that character, obviously, I was like, this is not very cool. This guy is kind of ass, to be honest. I know, it's like you can fly. He's got like rocket launcher. Like how does a guy who can fly fall into octopus's house? Come on. Embarrassing. Just falling with style, yeah. Horrible. So then they were like, let's give this guy his own TV show. Although I felt the same when they were like, we're gonna make an Andor TV show. And I was like, the guy who was like the side character in Rogue One, why would you do that? And then it was like the best thing they've ever made, so. In terms of like TV shows. I was so like, what the heck? Cassian Andor is the character you chose? That's the guy who he's gonna get a whole TV show? And then I was wrong, so. I will happily admit I was very wrong about it. And it turned out to be super good. And Disney is like, that was cool. Everybody loved that, huh? Let's not do that again. Bring back the Power Rangers. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of like, all the Star Wars TV shows. It feels like they're constantly trying to figure out how to strike the balance of appealing to adults and kids, and not like kind of missing the mark almost constantly, which is sad. But it just feels like they're always trying to be like, Star Wars is for children and for adults. And I get why they want to do that, but it just ends up like, I don't know, it's either nostalgia bait that isn't very good, or it's like way too childish for me most of the time, I think. Try to overdo it when the show does well, they start creating crap. Yeah, it's kind of like when you think about making a movie, you know you have the beginning, the middle, the end. Like, you have a story that you are set out to achieve, and it has the normal story beats that you would find in a piece of media. But when it becomes a TV show, it's like, unless they plan for it to have only a certain amount of episodes, it feels more like a test that they put the TV show out, they see how the first season does, and then they decide, let's make more of it. But now you're trying to like add on story that you didn't really plan for, and so now it's like kind of trying to figure out what, you know, so it just, I don't like that either. Where it feels like most TV shows, that's the kind of, that is the plan, is like just put out a season, see how it does, and then see if we can make 20 more seasons of it. without really having a plan for the plot or how it's going to progress. And then stuff like Game of Thrones happens, which probably puts them off of the idea of that kind of thing also. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. You couldn't have waited for me to get out of the way? I'm just a droid, but I still have feelings. Oh, what? You want me to clean this now? Who knew? Wedge Antilles. He's a dick. Just kidding. That did scare me, though. I was not expecting it to suddenly activate. I feel like I'm cleaning the inside of a crocodile's mouth right now. It's like gonna snap shut on me. Let me just stand next to these jet engines. That's probably fine. Let me just stand on it, because I can't... I'm trying to figure out how to get in there, and it's difficult to get that spot. Hang on. Wait. I'm sliding. Here we go. Perfect. Ah. Ah! It's very awkward to clean this, because we're, like, tucked in. There we go. This glowing red thing is making me uncomfy. I don't want to be next to it. Even in a video game. Now close the wings, right? See, like, this kind of thing annoys me because I physically can't get in there, even with, like, a short nozzle, whatever. To try and get into those little spots sometimes is so awkward. Can we get in here? Wedge in there. He should know better. He should definitely know better. Oh, cute. Looks like a Roomba. Do you have like a ladder or like a bigger ladder? Just this one? What? I know, but I can't get it from here. Hang on. Don't move. What? Bro. Okay, you're good. I knew he was gonna take off right as soon. I was like, he's gonna take off right when I'm done. Jerk. Hope you don't fly into an asteroid. Rude. I used to like Wedge Antilles. I'm not very happy with him right now. Never meet your heroes, kids. Hey, the Falcon. Yeehaw! The Empire can keep building their Death Stars, and we'll just keep knocking them out. The thing is, I promised Han that I'd return the Falcon without a scratch, but I snapped off the dish during the run-in, so I'd better return her gleaming like the diamond mines of Arcania. Which is where my favorite droid comes in. Oh, damn, it's huge. Nice. Oh, brother. Oh, God, what just happened? Oh, Jesus. I wonder if this is the last one. Have we done all the others? Let's see. Shift tab. Yep. Yeah, this is gonna be the last one. Okay. Well then what are we gonna play tomorrow? If I finish this today? Maybe we can play that cat game. There was this like cat mail post office thing that I played with Lori a little bit. We played the demo of that too. And it was pretty cute. Okay, there's the one for this is to clean the Falcon's hidden blaster cannon, which is, I don't know what they're talking about. Hidden? Is it for the loading ramp? And if it's hidden, am I gonna be able, how do I clean it? Am I not just gonna clean it by default by cleaning everything? You know? Maybe there's a button or something we're supposed to do. I don't know. We'll find out. Cat Rescue Simulator, is that a thing? Yeah, okay. Cute. I haven't seen or heard of that. Hey Lando, caught your light show. That was 1 in a million. Where are you? More importantly, where's my Falcon? Like, I don't actually care where you are, Lando. Where's my ship? Relax, Han, old buddy. Everything's in order. Uh-huh. Where is my ship, Lando? Cat Parents is the name of the game. Here. Finally off crutches from surgery? Oh. I hope your recovery is going well, though. I'm sure it's nice to be able to get up and around a little bit without your crutches. Escape pod mechanism. That's what that is? Okay. I'm gonna go hard in the pain, physical therapy, and try and get buff again. Okay, okay. Well, I wish you good luck with that. But also let your body recover and heal. Don't go too crazy. At least not right away. I'm waiting for Hans. Increasingly more frantic messages wondering where his ship is. So far, he's only asked once where the ship is, so... Let's see how long he can wait. Trusts Lando. He has no reason not to. Lando's a trustworthy guy. Why wouldn't he trust Lando? Okay. Poison market? What's for sale? What do we got today? How you doing? Chocolate. Oh, poison for dogs. Okay. Okay. The one thing that sucks, I realized about F1 being so Eurocentric is that most of the races, especially in the upcoming weeks, they're all like in Europe, which means they're all at like 6 a.m. on the weekend for me. So I have resolved myself that I'm not gonna be able to watch them live because it's just too early for some of those. If it were just like an hour or two later, it would be fine, but they're all like, it's like 6 a.m. Hi Jack, how you doing? It's been a day. Is it over-ish, kind of, now that you're here? Could we put up our feet for the rest of the afternoon? At the end, just had to finish designing rich people houses. Can I have a house? What if you get rid of the rich people and then you keep the houses? Thoughts?
I'm Commander Shepard, and Munition is my favorite streamer on the Citadel.
This looks like a fox's head. You see? Especially because it's got dirt right there. It looks like the nose, but now it's gone. It's cute, huh? Oh wait, there's another one over here. See? Wait, if you do, yeah. It's hard to do. Oh, what? Why did it start down? Okay, you know what? I was gonna make a little pattern, but I was betrayed.
Oy. Still not sure. We gotta figure out where the hidden blaster cannon. Let's see. Drops out of a concealed pod near the cockpit. Right, but it's in a concealed thing. That's what I was wondering. Is like, how's that supposed to work? Oh, here's Han. Promise me not a scratch, remember? We're polishing it. It's gonna look even better. Don't worry. I'm just getting P0 to run a jet over her before we fly down. Hey, that's me. I'm P0. Getting her cleaned? Okay, now I'm worried. So, the Millennium Falcon has a retractable gun. And that's the achievement for this map, is to clean that. But I don't know if there's like a way we're supposed to... Because like I said, it's retractable, so I'm not sure if there's like a way we're supposed to be able to get it to come out. Not sure. Not sure yet. They patched Siege recently to give Zofia 3 stuns and 3 impacts. She used to only have 2 and 2, and they gave her 3 and 3. It's crazy. That and well, Maya has a C4 now. I'm excited about that. Hi, Lexi. Space is super dirty. Mostly when you fly your ship through asteroid fields and like snake pits or whatever the heck that thing was. That's where all the dirt comes from.
Jaeger's a oh yeah, Jaeger's a 3-speed again too. So fast. Jaeger device good again since there's so many projectiles and throwables. Yeah. I think that's part of what they're... especially because now Zofia has even more than she did before. And like every attacker that has flashes has 3 flashes, so it turns into a lot of grenades sometimes. Yeah, and putting them all in one spot is just like a recipe for them to all get destroyed too. Just put them all on top of each other, so like one missed grenade or anything, it's just super easy for people to kill them all. Oh, it's here. That's the gun, right? It's gonna be in here. Maybe? No? Maybe not. It's just like a scratch. Hmm. Yeah, and it would be more up here too. I feel like maybe it's gonna be there. Should be on the underside. But none of this looks like anything we can interact with, so I don't know. It's gotta be the one that drops down. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it's retractable, but if it's retractable and it's retracted, I can't get to it. So I'm not sure how I get to it to clean it. That part has not been made clear to me yet. They should have made one of the PowerWash maps just Java. Ew. Never mind, I regret it. Just a really fat slug. Hi, Kluma. How are you doing? So, yeah, because there's the one... I mean, the one in the middle is just like the regular quad laser. There's the one that drops down on the cockpit side, but I'm not sure... Yeah, I'm not sure how we get there from here. You hate it? I mean, maybe it's just because you haven't tried it yet. You never know. Maybe you would love it. Sometimes you do know when you would hate something. No, ridiculous. Try everything once. Except meth. And stuff you don't want to do. Like seafood. Seafood is good. I feel like there's some that just has such bad texture. Like oysters, I don't mind oysters, but I never am like, damn, you know what sounds really delicious is like a plate of boogers with like lemon salt water. I don't dislike them, and I love seafood. I love like 99% of seafood that I've tried. But I don't really understand why oysters are considered like so fancy or like a delicacy or anything, you know? Like they're fine. It's okay. It's just, it's not like I would rather have tuna sashimi, like raw tuna, you know, raw salmon. Any of that would be better than, like they don't have, it doesn't have taste. It's just like slippery, salty thing. It's whatever. Just kind of meh. Convinced you to try seafood, told you it would never be the same. I was like, this is really good. So this is like, maybe you shouldn't base your opinion on this alone, because this is like really good seafood. But if you're gonna try it anywhere, try it when you have access to really high quality seafood. I just love seafood. I feel like I just grew up on sushi and Korean food or whatever. Yeah, it's like, they're fine. I'll eat them. If people are gonna get oysters, I'll share. But I don't understand the, like, if you're gonna sit me down with a menu of appetizers and my options are like oysters or mozzarella sticks, I'm gonna pick the fried cheese over weird saltwater creature every time. I don't really understand being like, that's what I like, having an eagerness to eat it is not how I never feel like super excited to eat oysters. True American by upbringing, afraid of fennel and seafood. Fennel I don't like though. It's not that I'm afraid of it, I just don't like it. Not that Lexi's afraid of it, I'm just saying. For myself. Like star anise is one of those things I'm not big on either. It's like a weird, like the licorice flavor, I don't like. Fennel is like a green though, it's not a seafood. It's like a plant, yeah. An herb. It's like rosemary or something, you know? But I don't really like fennel. As a flavor. I don't like the flavor of it. Yeah, herbs are, yeah, everybody loves herbs, just not all of them. So it's like fennel, star anise are two that I really don't like. Which is funny because also fromage, we have like very similar taste in food. She doesn't like those things either. Which makes it pretty easy for us when we go eat places. Except for she's vegetarian and I'm not. Tempting to get into gardening. Takes forever. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Turns out it takes plants a while to grow. It's not like Stardew where you just go to sleep, wake up the next day, put some water on it. Hey, tomatoes. Yeah, it's tough. Well, that's cool though. I mean, good luck, and I hope you stick with it because it is cool. I feel like I should do more of that here. We keep trying to grow stuff, and then I feel like the sun just bakes it to death. So like, even if we water stuff, it just feels like everything is, it's just so hot. So I'm trying to figure out how to grow stuff that doesn't just die of dehydration instantly. That's true, if you can do it in Vegas. My problem is forgetting about plants and their existence. I can't even remember to feed myself. I gotta remember to feed a plant. No. Also, speaking of, I didn't eat breakfast today. I'm super hungry now because it's 1:20. And I haven't eaten anything today. Need a greenhouse. Damn. The height of luxury. Most people can't even have a house. I'm gonna have 2 houses, and one of them is just gonna be for plants. Housing shortage? Not for me. My plants have a house. Homelessness? Never. First signs of life so far for your plant seeds. Nice. What else are you growing? Are you just tomatoes and what else? I just never feel like eating right when I wake up. I need more time. If I had more time between when I wake up and when I stream, then maybe. But I wake up and then I just get ready to stream, and I don't want to eat breakfast right then. Up late fixing a Windows issue. Classic. Classic Windows and having issues. I still haven't figured out why my computer, every time I do the like go to sleep mode instead of shutting it down, it won't turn back on in the morning. It's like it stays in sleep mode and then won't come out of it. Like I can't wake my computer anymore. What have you done to my ship? Nothing. God, worry, wart. It's fine. It's right here. Cucumber, squash, carrots, lavender, basil, chives, lemon balm. Cool. It's a lot. I guess you guys have like space for it wherever you are now. It's nice. You don't like tomatoes, oh, okay. I feel like tomatoes are one of the easier things to grow. Of course, if you don't like them, that is pointless, but I'm just commenting on growing produce. Give me a BIOS option, low energy wake up or something. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting to investigate, and then when it's like, you know, 10 p.m., I don't feel like working on it, so I'm just like, whatever, I'll just leave my computer on overnight. And then 12 days goes by, and I haven't turned my computer off in that whole time. So. Kitchen looks like a first grade science project. I mean, you guys just moved, too. I imagine you're not even, like, fully unpacked. I think we have lived in this house for 5 years or something now, and there's still stuff that I feel like I haven't unpacked. Like, it's still there where I put it when we first moved in. Eventually I'll do something with it. I'm not used to living in one place this long. It's very weird. It's hard to get used to. And I think sometimes I still have like residual issues with living in one place. Downstairs is all boxes of Lyra here to lock. Oh, okay, yeah. Boxes, boxes, boxes. You've moved 5 times since I've been there? Yeah. I know, it's weird. I mean, I'm happy to not be moving. Have you actually moved that many times since I've been here? Because I feel like you guys were in that one place for a while. But I guess it's because you, like, moved within the same area that it feels like the same thing. Windows update was work so bad it's stuck on September 2025. Jesus. Windows. If only a company that knew how to make software was working on it. This is your 3rd place in Vegas? Oh yeah, I guess, yeah. Damn. Badger's over here teaching us how to build a survivalist garden. Don't waste money on special pots is all I'm saying. I just love, like, instead of buying pots, use cups and a heated nail. Don't buy cups. Don't buy pots. Buy cups instead. Vegas sounds like hell. Yeah, I mean, it's hot, so... It is hot, and it is a desert. I don't really think that people were meant to live there. Like, humanity, there's just certain places that we're not supposed to go to live. Like the Sahara. You know, there's a reason that people don't live there. You're not supposed to. Vegas is just a monument to humanity's hubris. Oh, this is not the normal Windows 11. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Windows just does whatever it feels like. I think. Moving in the summer. No thanks. Definitely did that at least a couple times in California. Which is not as bad. In June and July, that's for sure. Definitely not as bad. Okay, I want to look up... Let's see. Does anyone have... PowerWash Sim... Let's see. You have to clean a specific compartment. Yeah, see, that's what I was like. It's gonna be something like that until we've got a... But I figured that we'll just do... it's gotta be this, isn't it? Yeah, blaster cannon, compartment cover. I was like, we're gonna just clean everything. Right? Like, at some point, they're just gonna give us all of this stuff. Right? Okay. There it is. We found it! Don't know why people plan trips here in July. Yeah, right? I don't know either. Fools. Fools, the lot of them. I mean, you know me, I don't know why people plan trips to Vegas at all, but... Okay, I can't put this down. Okay. All-time Vegas hater. Yep. Hate it. No, thank you. Lady Gaga. Yeah, but that's not outside. That was like direct to airport. Direct to hotel. Hotel, same hotel that the concert is in. Do not leave the hotel. Do not pass go. Do not expose yourself to the sun. It hates you. And it will let you know that it hates you. I like that meme sometimes I see of people saying, you know how there's, like, the sun is super hot, but space is very cold. And somewhere in there, is gonna be just like the perfect distance from the sun to get the perfect temperature, you know? And it was like a tweet or something, and somebody replied to it and was like, that's where Earth is. The place with the perfect temperature, you know? But I think about that sometimes with like Vegas. It's like it's too close to the sun there, you know? Goldilocks zone, exactly. But Vegas specifically, Arizona, somehow those parts of our planet are sticking out more than the other ones, and they're just getting too much sun. It's crazy how hot the sun can be when it's just a little bit of a hole in the atmosphere, and suddenly that radiation hits you so hard. It's kind of terrifying how powerful the sun is, and how there's just a thin, invisible layer preventing us all from being cooked alive by radiation. I was learning about the demon core thing. You guys know about that science experiment? That messed me up. I was like, wow, we really just... Radiation is terrifying. One more time. The demon core. Demon core. Demon core. 14 pound, 3.5 inch wide. 14 pounds is 6.2 kilograms. Sphere of plutonium. Originally built by the Manhattan Project for a third atomic bomb to be dropped on Japan. Kept for testing after the war. It earned its grim nickname after causing the deaths of 2 scientists in separate radiation accidents. It's not a fun story, but the way that they describe it is like... Okay. The second guy who passed, his name was Slotin, the doctor, physicist, Louis Slotin. 1946, they're all in the room with this sphere of plutonium, right? Slotin was showing a technique to another person. A technique wherein an operator placed 2 halves of the shell, 2 things, 2 spheres, as like a shell around the plutonium core, right? And then you would manually lower the top one over the core. And as they moved closer and farther away, neutron detectors indicated the core's, like, strength, basically. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, science happens. For whatever reason, the standard protocol was to use shims, so like little, just thin pieces of wood or something, in between the halves, because closing them completely would result in the instantaneous formation of a critical mass and lethal power excursion. So, death, right? Those 2 things come into contact, you die from radiation. Rather than using shims, he thought, I'll keep it open with the blade of a flat-tipped screwdriver. The size of the gap between the reflectors was changed by turning the screwdriver. He became the local expert, performing the test on almost a dozen occasions. And then on the day of the accident, the screwdriver slipped outward a fraction of an inch while he was lowering the top reflector, allowing the reflector to fall into place around the core. Instantly, there was a flash of light as the core had become supercritical, releasing an intense burst of neutron radiation. He quickly twisted his wrist, flipping the top shell to the floor, but there was an estimated half second between when the sphere closed and when he removed the reflector. The reaction in the room was one of immediate, somber realization. Slotin received a lethal dose of 1,000 rad and 114 gamma radiation in less than a second. The position of his body over the apparatus shielded the others from much of the neutron radiation, but his own exposure was irreversible.
Slotin reportedly turned to his colleagues in the hush room and famously uttered the remark, "Well, that does it." He died 9 days later. That sucks. Radiation, no joke. Son, thank you for everything you're doing, but you stay up there. Stay away from me. I guess that did do it. Yeah, that's pretty... that's crazy to me. Like, these two things come into contact, and an invisible force will kill you. Yeah, and he was doing that with a screwdriver, like, multiple times. I mean... Well, yeah, in the Wikipedia page, there's people that are like, you will be dead within a year, basically. And they called it tickling the dragon's tail. No thanks. Not for me. All the other people are lucky that they survived. Wait till she finds out almost everything emits radiation. Who is she? You're talking about me? As though I cannot read what you're saying. Also, I feel like if that whole story, all you get out of it is like, she doesn't know that things emit radiation is like... The whole point is that the sun is radiation, but that we are protected from it, which is like, some radiation is fine. Some radiation means that we have life on Earth, you know, plants, photosynthesis, all that. Too much radiation, instant death. Or, you know, 9 days. Depending on how much you get. It's just wild. To me. She can see us. I mean, again, it's like, I don't... Did you guys think that I was saying nothing makes radiation except for the sun? Like, am I... Did I somehow say that by accident and I didn't realize? Is that what you heard after all of that I just said? I wasn't listening. All I heard her say was she doesn't know science. You just got an... What? Add and notification to sub to Turbo and me? What? What do you mean you got an add to sub to me? Oh, like one of the little, like, tooltip pop-up things? Sounded familiar, can oh, we're talking about the demon core. The plutonium sphere thing. Full ad. Huh. God, that's so weird. Well, one of these days, Twitch will figure it out. They're just a startup, so don't be too harsh on them. Been here a while. I mean, technically, we've actually been here longer than, like... I've been using Twitch longer than probably the CEO has been aware of Twitch. I've definitely been streaming on it longer than he's been the CEO. We've had a couple CEOs, huh? Or actually, no, we just had the two. No. There was, Sarah Clemens for a little bit. Was Emmett at first, and then I think Sarah, or was she the I think she was the COO? I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah, that's why I think she was like COO or CFO or something. They have all the C-suite stuff. I don't think she was CEO either. I think it was still Emmett. Too many leaders, not enough leadership. It was not Justin TV when I started. I started in 2014, so it had already transitioned to Twitch.tv. Yeah, this is a... You had a bunch of crap back here. Oh, are you guys on Endor? So these furry critters are a bit too friendly. These what? I know, conventions used to be so fun. I used to look forward to them so much. It makes me sad that I'm just like not excited about them at all now. I like dread the idea of going to a convention just because of what it's like now. But I miss what it was like back then. It's just that it'll never go back to that. It just can't now. That ship sailed. But I'm glad that we got to experience it while it was like that. Because it was really cool. It was like... I feel like that was kind of the golden age of streaming as a hobby turned into a career, like something fun, rather than what it is now, where it feels like now it's just everyone trying to be the host or star of their own reality TV show, you know? And that's why it has to involve so many other people and drama and I don't know. It doesn't, it feels like now it's much more of like a grift that people do it because they're trying to turn it into something rather than just doing it for fun, which seems to be kind of the way of all hobby stuff, like enjoyable stuff. It's like, how can we monetize this? How can I min-max this? Everything has to be significant. Yeah, like we were talking about with video games. Everything has to be earth-shattering. Nothing can just be... Nothing can just exist. Everything has to reinvent the wheel. Like IRL streams when it's not drama. Yeah, that was how it was. Like when it first started, it was cool. And still there's, you know, people who do like travel streams and stuff. And I think that's really cool to give people an opportunity to see parts of the world that they're not used to. The problem being with all of the people who, like I said, because it has become this kind of thing where it's like, if I'm not getting the attention, then someone else is getting the attention, which means I'm not being successful at what I'm trying to do. Therefore, I should act even crazier than I normally would so that I can get the most attention. You know, it's like it kind of became that sort of thing about like, even if I'm traveling, how can I get the most eyes on me? And most of the time it feels like the way that you do that is not through being a good person or being polite and kind to those around you, but rather, I don't know, throwing full jugs of milk on the ground in the grocery store and wasting food. Stuff like that. Pranking people. Pretend kidnapping your friends. But it definitely felt like, it feels like streaming has really morphed into something that's more about, like, I don't know, it just feels more, like I said, more about being like a reality TV star than a human being with interests. You think it's, you seem like, sorry, it seems like people are moving away from those kinds of streams? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised if those are gonna have like kind of their day in the sun. The same thing with like YouTube prank channels, you know? that had its like moment of glory, and they still exist, but it definitely started to kind of like, people are kind of like, okay, we get it, you know? And so I wonder what the next kind of iteration will be. I mean, they're also, yeah, they're combating view bots, but I don't think that that's like 100% of people's viewership, you know? There's definitely, I think people use view bots to boost their numbers sometimes when they already have like an audience. Which honestly, I wonder if they could prove that you're view botting, which they can't really, unless they find a receipt that you personally were like paying for it or something, I guess. I don't know how they could actually prove that you were the one who decided for the view bots to be on your channel. But that also has like crazy implications to think about, where if you view botted and Twitch paid you to do some kind of thing based off of the viewership that you have, and then it comes out that you're a view botter, I mean, that's fraud. That's literally what you're doing, is fraud. I mean, if they, and that, I feel like if they could actually associate view bots more with like, you know, if they could find some way of like determining who's guilty for it, if they could prove it, then they probably would be able to go after people like that, but they can't, because they can't prove that like who has decided for the viewbot to be in your channel. Yeah, like all they can see is just that the bots are there, and not that they are like purchased by someone specific. Right, but that's what I'm saying, is that if you use bots to increase your viewership numbers to make yourself more attractive for sponsors, like Twitch, you know, Twitch pays some of those streamers to do stuff sometimes. That's fraud. Because you tell them, I have 10,000 viewers when you only have 5,000. Sure, you still have 5,000 viewers, but they're paying you based off of that 10,000 number, not your real, you know? So the fact that you are artificially boosting that number, it's fraud. But that's, like I'm saying, the crux of the issue is they cannot prove who put the bots in the channel. Talking about people trying to be entertainers who were never trained to be. Yeah, but, I mean, can you only do things if you have had proper training for it? Because I feel like probably a good 90% of the entertainers in various parts of the industry would not, like, don't have any training, you know? I think the part of the problem is the access that so many people have now to live streaming everything. Live streaming and, like, recording everything. Whether or not the people around you are wanting to be in some kind of recording or whatever. And I think that that's like, it's really, I mean, I'm sure it's really skewed the way that young kids are growing up and how they perceive the world and how they are establishing themselves and their friendships and stuff. Can't imagine it's very healthy. Yeah, it's all you need is a phone, and yeah, you can be a streamer. You are a content creator. Every single person. It's like, it used to be that we were people who used social media, but now you are a content creator on a content platform, generating content for the content algorithm. Yeah, time to listen to Welcome to the Machine again. One of my favorite songs. One of my favorite albums. But yeah, so I mean, if they could prove it, that'd be a whole different story. But that's been the case forever, basically. I had those conversations with Twitch back when Phantom Lord was getting in trouble. That guy, remember, he used to be the #1 streamer on Twitch. Probably no one knows who that is anymore. Content creator has lost its meaning. Yeah, that's the thing is like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have a phone, you are a content creator, basically. You take a photo, you created content. Too old for you. Damn. You guys don't even know Phantom Lord? Holy shit. He was like one of the OG like CS case opening guys, and he had like a whole legal battle because he got banned from Twitch. I don't remember how all that turned out. But he was, for a time, the biggest streamer on Twitch. Wow, you guys don't know that? Huh. Isn't he like, didn't he date somebody that was like, that still is around on Twitch, I feel like? Retired League of Legends esports player. I can't remember. I feel like one of the girls he dated was like, she stuck around on Twitch for a long time, but that's like, gosh, I don't even remember. Yeah, that's mega deep cuts. Yep. Definitely didn't know of him. Yeah. We have seen many things change over the years. I remember watching some of the very first Ice Poseidon streams and thinking this guy is an idiot and there's no way he's gonna be famous as a streamer. He like tried to build a computer and almost set his house on fire or something. I remember thinking Trainwrecks was gonna get canceled because he sucker punched Red Bull in the face at a convention. And like that's how I remember him now, is like the dude who punched Red Bull in the face. But now he's like the guy who gives everybody money on Twitter. It's weird. Just weird. Weird how things change. The kick guy. Oh yeah. Kick. Olge. I am a Twitch elder. Don't cite the dark magic to me. I was there when it was written. He gave J9 and Lyra and the party they were playing with 100k to split because they were opening case with. Trainwrecks did? Yeah. All that gambling money. Everybody loves gambling money when they get free gambling money from the guy who makes all of his money from gambling and gambling sponsors and gambling companies whose entire existence is only there to take advantage of and addict people to gambling, which is a thing that nobody needs to do, but for some reason is pervasive in just like every single thing that we do. Great. Love it. Like I said, I will never think of him as the guy who randomly gives people free money. I'm always going to remember the moment that I was sitting and watched him go up unprompted and punch somebody in the face. And then he's like, everybody is like, wow, gambling on Twitch is bad. And then he's like, does anybody want $10,000? And I've never seen so many of my mutuals being like, yes, I want $10,000, please. I actually just, I feel like that started to really turn me off of Twitch, of like people being just, he at least put gamble winnings to not do it and addiction help numbers on his stream on like all the, but he still does it constantly and promotes it to all of his viewers and drops hundreds of thousands of dollars on random people to encourage them to continue gambling with their own money when they run out of his. I don't care if you put a phone number there. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You're doing it. Do as I say, not as I do. Rules for thee, but not for me.
If it does exist on stream, which it should not, this warning should be required. Yeah. I just don't think anyone should be doing that on stream. I don't like when I watch all those sports and they're just, like, even the hosts are just like, place your bets now on FanDuel. Like, you can't even watch live sports without them trying to rope you into it. And I'm like, there's kids watching this shit, man. Like, why isn't it about the sports? And instead it's about how much money can corporations and billionaires extract from your lifeless husk before we throw you into a pit on the ground when you die. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. That's clean. Great. Let's move on. Just keep power washing. Just keep power washing. I know, it's interesting, like, gambling, it was weird, they banned some gambling, but not all gambling. Just some of it. Normalization of gambling and betting is, it's like, yeah, I mean, it is, like, addiction is really, like, a mental, not just a mental health problem, but it's like a physical, like, chemical issue, really. Yeah, it's really disgusting to me how normalized it's become. And I cannot, you could not convince me for a moment that Twitch streams and, like, live stream content, it has had a huge hand in perpetrating that. So I don't like it. I don't like how much it's advertised. I mean, there's a reason that cigarettes are not allowed to advertise to children, right? And now they have, like, vaping and stuff instead that they're, for some reason, kind of allowed to advertise to children. But it's like in Mexico, for example, they're not allowed to have, like, fun characters on cereal boxes to advertise like, sugary products to children. And it's just crazy to me how we're like, gambling? Yeah!
I'm Commander Shepard. And Ammunition is
Get in here, kids!
on the Citadel.
Your favorite video game has gambling. You like Fortnite? You like Valorant, kids? You like video games, right? Check out this gambling. You like sports? Your favorite streamer likes sports. His favorite sports team, you can bet on them. Just like your favorite streamer. Your favorite streamer's betting all the time. See? He does gambling streams. Be just like him. Win all this money. Be rich and famous. Gray Blue One, hello. It's good to see you. Thanks for the 142 months. Thanks for being here, for subbing, just vibing with us all the time. It's good to see you. Cooter, thanks for the 128 months. And Shy Guy, 131 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Deep breaths, I know. It's whenever if I do PowerWash Simulator, the problem is that there's nothing to distract me from all the yapping that I do, and then eventually we'll get to some topic that turns back in on something that I hate about the world and what we've done to it, and then I just go on a rant until I freak out. Everything's fine, I am calm. Life is good, drink your coffee, PowerWash the Millennium Falcon. It's fine, this'll all be everyone else's problem in like 50 years. And then I don't have to care about it anymore. That's the spirit! Hooray! Or I could become a politician and work until I'm 95 years old. Those are my options. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. If I started a garden, I mean, I would probably grow tomatoes. I like tomatoes. I actually think tomatoes would be one of the better things to grow because the ones at the grocery store are not super good all the time. They're like, and like our grocery store doesn't have heirloom tomatoes. Like nice, real tomatoes. They have so much more flavor than like the watery ones you get from the grocery store, you know? Yeah. You start betting on sports, you realize you know don't know how it works. Yeah. Do they grow this time of year? It's too hot outside. The problem is that the plants have to grow outside, and that means that I have to go out there to maintain them, and that's just not happening. So, if they could maintain themselves, it would be great. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I really notice about traveling. When we go to France, it's like, the food is better, not just because, like, I know French people are known, like, French cuisine is known to be, like, hoity-toity, whatever. But it's just that the ingredients are better. Like, the ingredients that you can just buy at the grocery store, especially, like, vegetables and stuff, they just have better flavor. And I think, I don't know, and this is just a guess, I'm guessing that the, like, mass-produced farming kind of thing is, like, the vegetables have to grow faster, is what I'm theorizing, and therefore they, like, just grow too quick and they don't have as much flavor, right? Something like that. But yeah, it's like, when I go to France, I'm like, wow, the food just, like, straight up tastes better because the ingredients, you can just taste that the ingredients themselves are of higher quality. Your nephew started betting on cricket matches in Pakistan. Cricket matches are you Pakistani? What is that? If they're imported, they have to be, yeah, they harvest them early, right? So then they, like, don't, because they have to ship them somewhere. That's one of the things that I also find very, I'm very grateful to live in California, is because we have so much agriculture here that a lot of the fruit, but even that, it's like, still sometimes it's not super fresh. And increasingly, we've talked about this before, realized how much I have to really, like, examine my food, especially fresh food, before I buy it. Because sometimes even at the grocery store, it's, like, already molded. It's just insane. It's very popular. Oh, it's very popular there? I see. Okay, he's not... So you guys aren't, like, affiliated with it in any way. It's just, that's where it is. I was just curious. If you got an umbrella you can use when you go outside to garden. The heat comes in from all directions. I need a bubble. I'm gonna be a bubble girl. That's how you're gonna get me outside. The problem, it's not just the sun pointing down at me, it's that the heat is all around me. That's the big problem. A bubble with AC, exactly. Ah, this is where the dish would go if we had one. Seems to be missing. Don't worry, Lando, I won't tell if you don't. He was just betting on it because he could. Right, that's why I was asking. It was like... Because that to me seems even more... You know, like the World Cup. I'm watching the World Cup. The World Cup involves me, kind of, you know, like US, whatever. Sure, I could bet on it if I wanted to, which I don't and didn't. But to pick, like, a random sport in a random place, I think, is a little concerning. You know, if you're worried about that kind of thing. Which I would be if I were, you know, if that was my niece or nephew. Get an indoor greenhouse with grow lights. Okay, perfect. First, all I need is another house that has space for that. Or we just... I don't need a living room, right? We can just convert that into a greenhouse. No one should ever bet on anything FIFA again. Well, what I'm learning is that we could just bet on Argentina and then we're good, right? Is that... Am I a true soccer fan now if I say that?
One of you. One of you. It's me. There were bets on Ronaldo crying. Okay. I know how, like, the poly market thing is, like, a horrible nightmare wherein our politicians are basically betting whether or not we're gonna go to war and stuff. But sometimes that's kind of funny. It's like, I mean, also sad, because, like, he's a human being with emotions, and, like, probably he'll cry because it's a big deal, and that's fine. You can cry. But I just really love the idea of, like, I think because I dislike gambling, the idea of turning it into something silly, I think, makes it more fun for me. But, like, betting whether or not Messi will trip over his own shoelaces or something. I don't know. Just something silly instead of it being like, will America bomb Iran? Tune in next week. Hooray. Gambling is fun. Can you bring P0 along when you fly down here? What? Do I get another job after this one? Is there more? Do I... Or is he gonna disassemble me? I'm a little bit worried, because with Han, it could be either. I think 3PO needs some relief. Relief? What, am I supposed to talk to 3PO? Oh, fuck no. You can just leave me here. That's good. I don't want to... Tell P0 to be treated like a god down here. Oh, like I get to take his place as king of the Ewoks? Oh, hell yeah. What? That's my dream. Did I hear about the teleprompter guy? Why does this sound like it's set up to a joke? Is this set up to a joke, or is this an actual teleprompter guy? I know, like, a teleprompter operator walks into a bar. I don't know what the punchline is. Teleprompter guy for Trump was betting on what would be in his speeches because he had early access to them. Oh! Wow. Did he get in trouble? That feels like one of those things where they would be like, yeah, if you were a wealthy person, you'd get away with this, but since you suck, you're going to jail. You gotta be sneakier with your corruption than that. You're telling me he can read? Surprised you could see that far. Faith in any system that allows betting on known outcomes. Well, it's like the guy who bet that somebody would streak at some game and then he did it and like betted on himself doing it, basically, you know? Under investigation means nothing. That just means like we noticed. That, I feel like that's the American government's way of saying like we okay. Noted. We'll just put that right on the stack of memos about all the other people we are investigating. The stack of memos that goes straight into the incinerator every Friday. I feel like they will pretend to investigate it and then do nothing, because if they actually were like doing a true investigation and like cared about it, then they would have to admit that people are doing that kind of stuff, you know? And that kind of... Yeah, it's like, what incentive do they have to discourage people from doing that when they can take advantage of the system themselves. And do. There's a soldier who participated in the attack on Venezuela, whether or not they would attack them before. You get kicked out of the army, had to pay money, or pay a fine or something. Yeah. I mean, it's nice when there's actual consequences to people who deserve it. And then there's like the anonymous Bitcoin transactions of like, is Trump gonna declare war today? And then 2 hours later he does. Crazy. I don't know how I knew that that was gonna happen. I just totally guessed. Completely random. Just gambling here. It's true that it's kind of weird that they have stuff like that. As opposed to sports where it's like, unless somebody is cheating or fixing the game or something, you're probably not gonna know who's gonna win. Someone's kid or brother invested stock day before it happened. Yeah. Yeah, why do you think Trump keeps all his kids around? It's not because he loves them. So they can place bets for him. Screenshots of tweets. Oh my god, all the history books are gonna be screenshots of tweets. No, you're right. Oh no. It's gonna be like, and then on April 24th, President Trump tweeted this. God, I'm so glad I am not growing up right now, but rather have already gone through that. It would suck being a kid right now. And also, like, how awful is it to be constantly in fear that someone is recording your every movement? I've seen how, I feel like that people have been talking about how much that's like negatively impacted the way that we engage with each other, just even in like just regular settings, because everybody is so afraid of being recorded by someone or being like pulled into someone else's skit without your knowledge or like permission or whatever. Yeah, I finished all my education before AI. So glad. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with all this stuff. But I feel terrible for the kids that are gonna have to deal with it now. It's like true, like actual students trying to prove that they're not using AI, which is annoying. That would annoy the shit out of me. If I had to prove that I wasn't using AI, I wouldn't make it. I just wouldn't make it. Constant observation can alter brain physiology. Interesting. I mean, I do feel like I have developed a kind of paranoia that I never had before. That I think comes largely, I mean, only basically comes from streaming. And I do think that that's given me like an anxiety, like a social anxiety that I didn't have before I was a streamer. But I do think the like a decade of streaming and having to constantly like monitor myself, constantly making sure that I'm always, you know, trying to think about what I'm saying. Even though I'm talking a lot, you know, I don't want to like be saying too dumb shit. And you know, being careful about like answering personal questions and that sort of thing. I feel like it definitely has had an impact on
the way that I function and the way that I interact with the world and that sort of thing. I talked to my mom about that a lot while she was here, and I was like, I honestly, like, am happy to not be in any spotlights, especially these days. It's just too much for me. I just want to chill and, like, not make anyone's life worse. And Garden, maybe. You know, I've been trying to convince Fromage to do a multiplayer Stardew Valley with me, so maybe. Sparsity kept talking about it, and I was like, you know, that sounds good, actually. Stardew? Hell yeah. Remember when that game came out and I played like 60 hours in like 4 days? Notice you want straightening up your posture when you notice a sponsor or dev in your chat? Yeah, I mean... I feel like anybody that's like... I also feel like I do that a lot anyways, just because I unconsciously, when I'm sitting in my chair, and I feel like probably everybody does this, it's like I notice that I'm like sliding down further and further until I'm like, oh god, I gotta fix this. Sit up. Because as I get comfortable, I just keep lowering in my chair. A posture corrector. Just sit up. Forehead. What is happening? Oh, it's SAL that's telling me. I had to go get physical therapy because my posture got so bad, so I am definitely not one to talk. But yeah, I realized that I kind of developed this, like, I mean, I'm just paranoid. I'm paranoid all the time about people finding me or whatever. And I think that, like, you know, 12 years of constant paranoia, not super good for you, probably. And it's like the paranoia is one thing, but it's like what that actually is fear, you know? It's like paranoia is one word, but I think it's really like just being afraid for 12 years. Hence, yes, my desire to live in an abandoned castle where I cannot be perceived by anyone or anything. Not even myself in the mirror. It gets reinforced. Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely gets reinforced. That's why I was saying earlier, I was talking to my mom and I was like, I'm really glad to not be in any spotlights. Look, Amaranth, somebody tried to burn her house down. So they set her trash cans on fire. All the shit that Pokimane and Valkyrie have to deal with. Fuck that. It sucks. I mean, I wish I could buy my mom a house. In California. But is it worth that? No, I don't know. I don't know, man. Pushcon, you got drugged at one of the parties. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, even then, I think I was already, like, a pretty paranoid person, before. And living in LA, going to college in LA, I think definitely contributes to that, too. I think being a woman, you generally have your like baseline level of fear and paranoia anytime you're out in public, right? And I think, like I said, living where I did, like not super great area, being exposed to crime, stuff like that, and especially being in also like a college culture, lots of drinking, that sort of stuff. I think I came into like Twitch already with like a pretty strong paranoia of stuff like that, other people, and that's only, I guess, been exacerbated now by being a content creator for just as many years as I have. Yeah. One second. Yeah, that TwitchCon was like, it was right after I signed my like exclusivity contract with them too, and so they were like kind of mad that I posted that. I was like, I mean, I'm kind of mad that this exists, so I don't know. If you guys thought that I was gonna be any different, then probably you weren't paying close enough attention for the past few years that I've been on your platform. As in open beer. Yeah, in order to make it faster to give the beer to people, they were pouring beer into plastic cups and leaving the cups out on the table for people to grab as they walk by. At a partner party for a TwitchCon. So I posted a photo that was like, this isn't safe. And Keemstar got mad at me for complaining about free beer, because that's obviously what I was complaining about. Genius. And then, yeah. Concrete foam pit. I think the concrete foam pit was like a year or two later, because that was more recent. I think the beer one was like when I still kind of cared about going to TwitchCon partner parties, and then after that I didn't care ever again, so yeah. It's, I mean, I get that they were busy, there's a lot of people, but there's no excuse for that. Zero. Especially at an event with minors. Doesn't matter how long they have to wait, make them wait. Yeah, it's like, it was a party, it wasn't like it was only adults were at this party, which, even that, it still wouldn't be okay, because it's super dangerous to leave open drinks like that. But it was also at an event where it's not like we were being carted to get in there or anything. The foam pit, well, the booth was for a different company, but the event is still TwitchCon, right? So, like, I still think Twitch bears at least some of the blame for that, for not ensuring that the foam pits were going to be safe for the people attending the conference or the convention. So it's like, no, it wasn't like Twitch put the foam pit there, but they still bear the responsibility for ensuring that nobody's going to get hurt. If you're, yeah, Lenovo was like, maybe if we just don't move, people won't notice that it was us. But, yeah. They should have checked, I guess. Okay, see you later, Lexi. Have a good day. Good luck with your garden. Oh yeah, you send me a picture. I'm gonna look at it later. Forgot. Oh yeah, no worries, Dr. V. No. I mean, that's kind of what we're here for. I'm always making fun of myself for being a yapper, so. It's, when I play other games, I feel like I have less time for talking, and so I don't know why it's always with PowerWash that we end up having all these conversations. Just because I have more time to talk, I think. And nothing else to distract me. Cool. Sublight drive something or other. I'm not dealing with people trying to murder me in here. That's true.
I'm Commander Shepard, and Munition is my favorite streamer on the Citadel.
Your opinions are what should be normal. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? I'm right. Everyone should have my opinions. Everybody follow me. I am the source of truth now. This won't turn into a cult or anything, I promise. I just need $40 to get started. I feel like probably a lot of people have... I think most, like, decent people, you know, are just, like, trying to get by. Whether or not they know how to put it into the same words that I'm using, or even have the exact same opinion. I feel like most of us are just like, I would love to just have a life where I'm not a negative influence on anyone, or, like, a negative for anybody. And yet, I don't have to, like, struggle or suffer. And what frustrates me to no end is that we live in a literal Garden of Eden for humanity. And we can't figure out how to make it comfortable for everybody. We can't even give healthcare to people. That's what the craziest, like, it's so weird to me conceptually. Imagine reading, like, a sci-fi book about a species capable of what we're capable of, and then it's like, yeah, also they let, like, you know, a bunch of people starve just for... it's too hard to figure out how to get food there, so... Fuck you guys. It's just weird to me. It's weird to me how we prioritize things. Isn't that the point of a Garden of Eden? Well, but, I mean, I'm not talking about a biblical Garden of Eden. I'm talking about, like, we live on a planet which has oxygen we can breathe, food that we can eat. Like, we have the ability to grow things. The water is potable, you know, stuff like we have all of what we need. And most of our problems are, like, we make them. We make our own problems. It's a perfect spaceship. Yeah, we have just the perfect civilization spanning spaceship. It has everything that we need. And we're just constantly like, what if we throw garbage into the farming equipment? What if we just stuck a flat screwdriver in this real quick? Could feed the hungry. No, no, no. We can't feed. It's hard. It's so hard to feed the hungry. Are you joking? That's it. It's too difficult. We can't figure it out. There's too much. There's too many logistics to consider. Okay? It's just not feasible. It's perfectly feasible. You just don't want to do it. You just don't want to. That's it. What if among all those hungry people is a guy who could maybe afford it already? Yeah! Yeah, what about that guy? Also, he could afford it and you gave him a cube of sugar. Sugar's not vital for survival, okay? Let's shut down the whole thing. You gave that guy something enjoyable. I didn't want our social services to give people things that they enjoyed. That's not what I wanted them for. Again, the suffering is what makes it special. Oh, it is rigged. I mean, it is totally rigged. There's this band I really like called Rishloo. R-I-S-H-L-O-O. And one of my favorite lines they say is, "This world is stitched with schemes." And I feel like the older I get, the more jaded I get. And the more I see that, it's like, it feels like everything is a scheme. Everything is a plot, a plan to get something from you, or, you know. Yeah, that's all. We did them all. All 6. I wish there were more. But there's not. That's all there is. All done. I mean, that was fun. I like I said, I feel like I wish there were more. These ones were good. They were also pretty big, but I got through it all in one day, which I guess it's almost been 6 hours. So, but still. Red Dolphin, thank you for the 57-month resub, and Star Wars Kid, thank you for the 105-month resub. I appreciate you so much. I mean, yeah, then it's like the US government, but it's also just like globally. It's not even just the US, it's like globally. There's like 10 corporations that just own everything that's actually important. I was thinking about how it's like we don't have like what is it called in like, you know, royalty, like heritage, what is the word, hereditary bloodline, kind of like we don't have that kind of thing as much anymore, you know, because we don't really use that system of government. Aristocracy, thank you, something like that. And now it's kind of like that, but with the corporations instead. Because I feel like now, rather than you being born into a royal family, right, the good thing to be would be to be born into a wealthy family. Which is, I mean, that is what aristocracy was, but now it's like, you're not technically like, you know, a politician or an aristocrat or anything, but you have all the power because you get born into it. And there aren't any systems to spread that wealth, rather than you just giving it directly to, you know, your heirs, basically. Which is just aristocracy with extra steps. Okay, so I'm done for today. I will be on tomorrow, as I mentioned. Since we're finished with this, I'm not sure what we're gonna play tomorrow. Maybe Siege, you know, maybe something else. Not sure, but we're done with PowerWash. We finished all the levels. And that's it. So thank you again for watching the stream. Thanks for hanging out with me, chatting. Always enjoy it. Appreciate it. Guys, your attempts to keep me sane, my attempts to keep you sane. We're all in this together. It's gonna be fun. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.